Good morning, everybody. I'm joined by Christina Billick this morning in my cabin. Welcome, Christina.
Hi, Jay. It's great to be here.
Well, I think everybody knows you from previous visits here, and we're sitting here a really cold day, so we got the fire on, little warm up here. So I hope you don't get too warm. Christina is our partner in organizing not only our industrial presence in Hannover this year, but of course planning for next year as well, which is going to be a fantastic show. But let me ask you, first of all, Christina, this is your first time in Hannover, or at least at the fair. I know we've been planning this with the Hannover organizers, the fair organizers, for a number of occasions. But let me ask you about your impressions. What is Hannover Messe everything that it's cracked up to be?
Oh, I think it's everything it's cracked up to be, and then some. And I mean, I think my point of reference is German trade shows, because as you know, I worked in Germany for several years, and German trade shows are big and serious business. So, but even with that frame of reference, arriving at Hannover Messe, you're really struck with just not only the size of the show, but the scope of industries and the types of opportunities that are here. It's also, I think, unmatched in terms of the intersection between business, politics, science. It's all here, and it's really at those cross-connection points. So thus far, I've been incredibly impressed with everything I'm seeing, with the quality of the presence, the companies who are here, the type of content that's being discussed. So I'm really excited, with you and with our other partners, to be digging in and getting planning for next year. We have a lot of work ahead of us.
Yeah, a lot of work to do, but a lot of excitement here too. And while Hanover has always been seen as a big industrial fair, world's largest advanced manufacturing fair, technology, it's also a real, as you say, a real political event in terms of government-to-government contacts. And Christina, you've been here with some colleagues from Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada and from Global Affairs Canada, as well as the ambassador, our embassy too. And of course, Charles Vincent, our Senior Assistant Deputy Minister from ISAD. But tell us a little bit about what's going on, not necessarily behind the scenes, because it's really up front, but Hanover as a government-to-government show too.
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think that for Charles and myself, it's been a really great reminder as we get ready for 2025 that being asked to be partner country is such an opportunity for the Canadian government to work together with our German partners across a number of initiatives. And when we look at Norway, this year's partner country at 2024, I mean, absolutely impressive to have the leaders at the opening ceremony walking the floor together, talking with companies. I think that is such a great opportunity for Canada and Germany. And our two countries have a very long-standing, strong bilateral relationship. We have a very dynamic trade, investment, science and technology, innovation collaboration. And I think that given the political dimensions of Hanover, it really provides a unique impetus, not just for Hanover 25, but really along the whole partner country year, to look at how we can work together. And in some of the meetings that we had yesterday, whether with ISAD's counterparts at the German Ministry of Economy and Climate, or at the BDI, which is the Federation of German Industries, lots of enthusiasm and lots of really understanding of the shared values, the strengths, the opportunities, and it's really about capitalizing how we can work together for this coming year, but then also using 2025 as a springboard for more collaboration. And that's a kind of all on a number of levels, whether it's government to government at a very high strategic political level, whether it's more sector to sector. So how can Canada and German associations that are, or clusters that are active in AI collaborate? What are the business opportunities there? And then right down to, the firm level. So I think that is really unique that we have those different levels playing together at the same event and converging. I don't think we see that really anywhere else in the world.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that attracts the attention from around the world too. That it really struck me, especially on Sunday in the opening ceremonies and then on Monday during that walk around, how much media attention. And then you take a look, you're saying even yesterday on the U-Bahn, here taking a look at the television and actually seeing scenes from Hannover being broadcast across Germany. That doesn't happen too much at home, but it's so powerful. It's a real indication how seriously people take the Hannover Fair here in Germany and across Europe.
Absolutely. I mean, on Sunday evening, when we had the opening ceremony, the German news from the large public broadcasters airs from 8 p.m. to 8:15, and Hannover Messe is one of the leading stories. So imagine that, a trade fair leading, CBC is the national on a given evening. We don't really see that. And even over the past few days, there have been media articles on Hanover and on the topics being discussed at Hanover. So not specific only about the fair, but about the types of political issues being discussed in all of the main German business papers. So it definitely has a very important media aspect. And I think we'll be really looking at what the opportunities are over the next year to have German journalists, European journalists coming to Canada and learning about our strengths and really being able to help us promote what we can do within the European context and in particular within the German business community.
I think that's a really good opportunity, and maybe, one of our objectives has to be, let's get this on the national news next year here with the Prime Minister and with a lot of ministers who are going to be joining him, and of course with all of these great Canadian capabilities as well. This doesn't, it's great that Canada's the partner country in 2025, but that just doesn't happen miraculously, that this, and it's not just simply because we've been here before and Hanover has asked us to be partner country. This was an official invitation from Chancellor Scholz to Prime Minister Trudeau. And is very much taken very, very seriously as a key bilateral diplomatic and political event.
Absolutely, and I think it comes at a really important time for us. As I mentioned, we've always had a strong bilateral relationship with Germany. Over the past several years, I think we've really realized the common values that we share. And for businesses and for collaboration, having those shared values really provides that strong basis for being able to collaborate and being able to do business together, because you need, those relationships of trust. And I think we're at a really unique time with, the acceleration of the green transition, with AI, with a lot of political instability, with the upcoming U.S. elections. And I think Canada is seen as very much a stable and trusted partner, a partner with those shared values. And I think that that's something we can really focus on, and that can unlock a lot of opportunity for businesses and a tremendous amount of potential for that future collaboration, and to really continue to set Canada up as a leader in the green transition.
We've been talking about some of the key themes that we want to emphasize next year, and clearly sustainable is one. Digital, that's what this fair is all about. But also reliable, secure. And of course, this is where Bloomberg has just recognized Canada as having the most sustainable, secure, and reliable EV value chain, for instance. Great recognition just before the fair, and I can tell everybody we're making as much noise about that as we possibly can. But I think those are really key values that, especially at this, the time of not only the environmental issues we're facing, but also the geopolitical instability are really, really key for this bilateral relationship.
I mean, I agree. I couldn't have said it better myself. And I think that those themes that you mentioned are very relevant, and there's so much scope to explore different areas within them, in particular on, security, supply chain resilience, diversity within the supply chain, and how that can, create a stronger supply chain. So I think there's lots of areas that we're hoping to dig into and showcase what Canada's doing, but also have our, Canadian leaders learn from international counterparts, learn from German counterparts, and figure out kind of what are those next ways that we can continue to build that economic security together. And just, my other day job is battery supply chain, and this is a really exciting time to be at the fair in e-mobility. This morning we had an announcement from a Japanese company, Asahi Kasei, that will be building a battery separator plant in Canada, and there's another a big announcement that's coming. So I think there's lots of momentum in that area, and something I think we can continue to focus on really strongly, those areas of strength where Canada is emerging as a leader.
I couldn't agree more. And we've got, this year we're focusing on automation, robotics, digital solutions, a lot of that, of course, around AI, hydrogen, and the EV value chain. Those are the four key in the halls, and the key themes that we're going to be emphasizing. Next year, we're going to build on that. There's so many other aspects, but it's really, I think, for companies that are thinking about coming next year, this is about the global challenges, and then the solutions that everybody needs. I mean, we've got lots of tech all the way through, like literally kilometers of technology on display here, but what everybody is looking at is like, what are the solutions? And regardless of where the companies are coming from, everybody's talking the same way about, here are the challenges, but here are the business opportunities. And it's how those techs, or how the technologies are really, how they're positioned, integrated to develop the solutions for some of these global challenges. That's really the theme that comes out this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was really struck. I was with my boss Charles, and we were at the Zero Key booth, and we were at both their presence in Hall 7, and then they have another stand in Hall 2, and you should definitely stop by and check them. I know you've seen them, but for some of our friends who are stopping by the Canada booth, you should definitely check them out. And their technology, I feel, really is could be an amazing solution for some of the broader challenges that we're in government that we're thinking about. For example, things like upskilling. How do we prepare workers for jobs in these new emerging sectors, and how do we reskill or upskill workers in, for example, who are working in maybe the traditional automotive part sector, and the technology they have for location, it basically really helps companies to identify, where in my human processes are there inefficiencies, where do people need more training. And I think that's really cool to see the potential solutions that can be enabled by technology, and how that can help companies and more broadly governments solve some of these really sticky policy problems.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got, as you say, a technology, they can find a niche and application that's a solution for someone. And the great thing about advanced manufacturing is those challenges are global. So be in Hanover to access that global market. Let me ask you though, that one of the having been on many trade missions in the past, and then here, I'm always struck by the business that's being done among Canadian companies themselves. And we've got lots and lots of exhibitors here that have never met each other before, but all of a sudden now have found a partnership and they're working together. Have you seen that as well?
Yeah, I think we've seen that as well at some of the events that have been organized. And I've heard from my team just the opportunity that even they and the Trade Commissioner Service are introducing some of the Canadian companies, and people are talking, whether it's on the bus or at the coffee bar around the corner from the cabin, about how they can work together. So I think that's really amazing, and I feel that for next year, we're going to really be, I think, Jay, together leaning into how do we make sure companies are really prepared to fully take on the opportunities at Hannover 2025, and I think all of those opportunities will create chances for Canadian exhibitors, delegates to be interacting with each other even before the show, which could lead to some really exciting new opportunities. And I think that's such an important part, that networking and the people aspect is such an important part of what coming to a global trade show is all about. It is always kind of funny that we need to bring Canadians out of Canada to get them interacting in that way, but let's definitely use it while we're here.
Yeah, no, exactly, and that's exactly what I've heard too. That it's strange that we're meeting in Germany, but now we're doing business back in Canada. But that's what it's all about as well. Now, the planning for 2025 well underway, has been for a long time actually. But we're going to be organizing some roadshows across the country too, and you and I are going to be there talking about Hanover 2024 this year and what companies can expect for 2025. So say a few things about where we're going to be and what's going on.
Yeah, sure. And I know Tony from my team is also going to be there and is going to be kind of leading the charge on some of the road shows. So in June, first week of June, we're going to be in in Ontario. We have a separate stop in the Montreal area, and we're going to be in St. John's. Yeah, and then in September, we're going to head west, or actually, we're going to start west. We're going to start in Vancouver and then kind of work our way through the Prairie provinces. We're going to visit our friends in Manitoba. So really kind of a coast-to-coast push to get people excited about Hannover Messe. And I know one of the things that I think is going to really be central for the road shows this year is you having a company panel with the companies who are here this year, who found success and who are going to be ambassadors and educators for us to really, not only promote why Hanover is a great show to be at, how they were successful, but also what people need to know in order to prepare. So I know I've had my team going around to all the exhibitors saying, are you having a good experience? Yes, you want to come speak on Jay's panel at the roadshow, so you should come and check it out. We're working really closely with a lot of the local municipal economic development agencies and investment promotion agencies, and have received really such a warm welcome from them and so much eagerness to host us and to partner with us for Hanover. I think we've actually had more demand than locations we're actually able to hit. So we'll definitely be doing some virtual sessions as well, I think.
And those linkages. And of course, we've also had just fantastic support from the provinces. All of the provinces have been really great in being able to work with us here. Show the capabilities of their companies here in the Canadian pavilions at Hanover this year, and will be for next year too. But absolutely, I mean, we need to get the word out broadly, but it'll be through our partners that we're going to be doing that as well. And for anybody who's interested in registering here to be an exhibitor next year, we'll have a central website, and within probably a month or so, the whole process for registering too. So
yeah.
and for booking hotels.
That's right. We want to make sure that we're getting on things really early and encouraging people to signal their interest, to get on board, get committed, so that we can then really have that understanding of, I think we know broadly what the presence will look like, but to really get that strong understanding so we can start to make sure that as our planning gets more granular, that we're able to really deliver something that's impactful for Canadian companies, Canadian colleges and universities, innovation institutes, because that's why we're doing it, right? We're doing it for them and for their success globally.
Yeah, exactly. And this year we have 82 exhibitors. We've got lots of Canadian companies that are walking the floor, taking a look at what it is, and preparing for next year as well. We've got 4 big pavilions in 4 different halls here. In fact, but as everybody knows, Norway is the partner country in 2024. We're not partner country until 2025, but we've been asked by a number of people, are you the partner country this year, because our delegation's so big. But we want to triple our presence next year. So we're going to really take Hanover by storm, I think, in 2025.
I agree. I think we've got a lot of ambition and a lot of drive, and I was at the Leaders Summit yesterday, and the German Minister of Economy, Dr. Habeck, they were talking about German Selbstbewusstsein, which means German self-confidence, and I think we need Canadian self-confidence too. And so let's be ambitious and let's make it happen for 2025.
Absolutely. So, Christina, thanks for dropping in. Thanks. I hope the coffee was okay, or at least the water here.
Well, I had water, but the coffee is definitely amazing. So come check us out. We're in Hall 7, we're in Hall 17, Hall 12, Hall 13. And if you're watching from home on the live stream, come see us on the road show, and we look forward to seeing you next year.
Yeah, and we've got 12,000 maple cream cookies here to eat in 2 days. So.
Yeah, let's work on getting through those now, Jay.
Yeah, exactly. So just to say thank you, Christina, to you and to the entire team, Tony, Samira, Axel, who are here with us, but there's a whole team with innovation, science, and economic development as well, and of course with our cluster supporters. Patricia's here, but also it's a fabulous team to work with, and also the trade commissioners and the embassy here. One thing that we were speaking about earlier is, and so many Canadian companies have said to me, one of the great things about coming here is that we get to meet all these people from the federal government who are actually helping us there. So, but I can tell you that it's been a fantastic relationship with you and your team, and thanks so much.
Thank you, and look forward to let's keep it going, right, Jay?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Everyone thinks they know Canada. Our national food comes out of a tree. This is sports, that's a road, and this is how we welcome newcomers. So, you think Canada can change the world? We will. Because energy, human and otherwise, energy that is sustainable, portable, shareable, capable, and other able words that no one's learned yet. Hear us out. It starts with 15.2 million tons of rare earth metals, plus the recycled ones that feed right into the world's #1 ranked lithium battery value chain. Batteries that will feature prominently in EVs that will be created by researchers and AI specialists ranked #3 in the world. EVs that will be built in factories using our automation and robotics, running on quantum and leaning on additive to reduce our dependence on metal things, make 12,000 kilometers and a very smelly boat ride away. All powered by the most abundant thing in the universe.
Hey guys!
No, hydrogen. Made in Canada at the world's largest green hydrogen production site, which is itself powered by our 41 million people qui parlent français et anglais et tous les autres. Which also makes us the most diverse workforce on planet Earth, with skilled geniuses who also kiss fish on purpose and proudly invented the denim tuxedo. We also invented insulin, un gros bras dans l'espace, le premier téléphone, and the one that fits in your pocket and occupies more of your life than your children, on which you scroll an average of 13.2 meters a day. If you're just tuning in now, H2, LI, EVs, AI, 3D, DEI, PNG are why we should be friends, eh? But also because of the super secret tech we're working on, like and that's gonna put on the moon. We might even show you next year when we partner to host this thing. Not that one, this one.
Hi everyone, I'm Francois Philippe Champagne, Canada's Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
In 2025, Canada will be in the spotlight as partnered country at the Hannover Messe, the largest showcase of industrial technology in the world. Hannover Messe, c'est plus d'1/4 million de visiteurs du monde entier qui viennent chaque année découvrir ce qu'il y a de nouveau dans les domaines de l'automatisation, de la fabrication, des applications d'énergie alternative, de la mobilité électrique et des solutions numériques, y compris, bien évidemment, l'intelligence artificielle. As host, we will be proud to show the world the leading research, technology, and manufacturing capabilities that Canada has to offer. Together with our highly skilled workforce, rich natural resources, and clean energy, Canada is quickly becoming the green supplier of choice to the world. Que vous soyez à la recherche de partenaires en innovation, de clients, de fournisseurs ou de travailleurs hautement qualifiés, Hannover Messe est l'endroit où faire des affaires. Our Team Canada partners at ICED, Global Affairs, NGen, and the German-Canadian Chamber of Commerce will be there to assist you. So join me at Hannover Messe this year and next as Canada takes center stage in the exciting world of advanced manufacturing. I look forward to see you there.
C'est bon. C'est bon. That guy, Minister Champagne, keeps dropping in here. I think it must be the coffee that brings him in. Alors, je suis rejoint maintenant par Philippe Dupuis. Philippe est d'une organisation qui s'appelle Remap. Bonjour Philippe, bienvenue dans mon chalet.
Bonjour Jay, ça me fait plaisir d'être là. Puis moi, c'est certain, c'est les biscuits à l'érable qui m'ont amené.
Nous avons beaucoup. Parle-nous un peu de Remap.
Oui, donc Remap est une organisation à but non lucratif qui aide les manufacturiers canadiens à devenir plus efficaces à travers l'adoption de technologies numériques et en adoptant aussi les méthodes et les principes du Lean Manufacturing. Même en français, on appelle ça du lean. Ça ajoute un petit peu de saveur à notre offre de service. Mais l'idée, c'est réellement qu'on puisse offrir à ces services canadiens-là qui créent tous les beaux produits qu'on voit en display aujourd'hui à Hannover Messe, les moyens de leurs ambitions pour grossir puis passer de la petite entreprise à la moyenne, éventuellement devenir des grands joueurs de ce monde.
Quelles sont tes impressions de Hanovre ici et surtout pour les membres de Remap et les autres exposants canadiens ici?
Oui, vraiment, ce qui m'impressionne de Hanovre, c'est l'étendue de la conférence, l'étendue de tous les kiosques qu'on peut voir, les 23 halls qu'on a. C'est absolument impressionnant. 250 000 de visiteurs, comme disait le ministre Champagne. C'est gros comme la ville dont moi je viens, la 4e plus grosse ville au Québec. Donc, c'est très impressionnant. On a l'opportunité d'être ici dans un lieu pittoresque. Hanovre, c'est une ville d'1 demi-million d'habitants, la plus grande forêt en Europe en ville. Ça me fait penser à chez nous. Ça me fait penser à chez nous, mais de la bonne façon. C'est vraiment impressionnant.
Et, pour les entreprises, les membres de Remap avec toutes les capacités, surtout dans les technologies de pointe, quelles sont les opportunités d'affaires que vous avez pour eux?
Bien, c'est ça. Des fois, ça prend de venir jusqu'en Allemagne, voyager à travers le quart du monde pour se rendre compte qu'on a beaucoup plus d'affinités, des fois, avec les compagnies canadiennes, qu'on peut créer des liens forts parce que les gens ici ont le temps de réfléchir aux biens stratégiques que peut leur amener l'innovation. Ils ont le temps de penser à comment que les divers paliers de gouvernement peuvent les aider. Je suis extrêmement impressionné de voir tous les paliers de gouvernement s'unir là-dedans. En prévision de Hannover 2025, naturellement, mais de voir que la province du Manitoba, de l'Ontario, de l'Alberta sont présentes, que les villes sont présentes, que les organismes de développement régionaux des diverses régions sont là. C'est très impressionnant aussi pour toutes les opportunités d'affaires que ça nous amène. En maillage à travers le Canada, mais en maillage avec l'international. Les belles technologies qu'on amène, qui sont, elles aussi, très compétitives sur la scène internationale. On voit des choses qui sortent de Festo, des choses qui sortent des grosses compagnies allemandes, qui sont répliquées avec nos compagnies, des fois des PME même, qui ont des technologies qui compétitionnent avec les grands.
Il y a aussi de technologies qui sont intégrées dans les solutions plus grandes. Aussi, c'est vraiment une bonne impression. Il y a beaucoup de technologies du Canada qui sont intégrées dans les solutions, par exemple, de Siemens ou de Festo ou les autres, les grandes entreprises, entreprises globales ici.
Oui, puis je ferais même du millage sur ce que tu dis. C'est impressionnant de voir aussi les possibilités des compagnies qui peuvent faire des maillages avec ces grandes compagnies-là à travers des expositions comme celle-ci. C'est ici qu'on vient qu'à créer ces liens forts avec des compagnies, qu'on peut démontrer la technologie, les avantages qu'ils amènent, puis démontrer pourquoi qu'au Canada, on est bien positionné pour servir l'économie du futur, l'économie manufacturière, au niveau consommateur, au niveau de la puissance électrique, au niveau de la génération d'hydrogène, au niveau de l'intelligence artificielle. On est compétitif dans toutes les sphères et on a de l'opportunité de créer des bons maillages avec les experts du monde, que ce soit en Allemagne, en Chine, peu importe.
Et pour tous les systèmes de l'industrie avancée, ici, les microelectronics, ce sera si important. And microelectronics is so important. The semiconductors, chips, so important as parts of all of the technologies that are on display here too. So, quels sont les messages? What is your message for Canadian companies, and particularly les membres de REMAP pour venir ici à 2025?
Oui, absolument. L'industrie des semi-conducteurs est florissante. Puis on a aussi même du très bon support qui vient d'organismes, entre autres comme NGen, pour tout ce qui est la prochaine génération, le quantum computing, tout ce qui est la physique quantique, puis l'utilisation de ces technologies-là dans le futur. On voit toute l'impressionnante quantité de solutions qui peuvent être faites. Puis avec les instabilités politiques mondiales qu'on voit aujourd'hui sur la scène internationale, je pense que c'est de plus en plus important que le Canada s'ingère dans la fabrication d'électronique de pointe et dans l'intégration de ces composantes électroniques de pointe dans des solutions domestiques. Parce que naturellement, on ne veut pas toujours se fier sur des endroits dans le monde où aujourd'hui on est en compétition amicale, mais demain, ça pourrait être une compétition un petit peu moins amicale qui se développe entre nous.
Philippe, merci. C'est un grand plaisir et merci pour la visite ici.
Merci beaucoup pour l'opportunité, j'apprécie. Bon show tout le monde.
Merci.
Just you and me having a chat. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you and me having a chat. This is so this will be it's broadcasting on all of our yeah. Yeah. To cut it up. Yeah. Just say
Great. So Roger Hellett has dropped into the cottage for biscuits, coffee, something was too early for anything else. Roger, you're former CEO of Phoenix Contact Canada. So tell us, first of all, before we get started, you've been here in Hannover at the fair many, many times, and with your previous company and companies before that. Tell us a little bit about your experience here over the years.
Well, thanks first of all for having me on, Jay. I think I've been coming to this show about 30 years, and my whole history is working with German companies in Canada and in some other places as well. And it started off really as very much an automation show back in the 1990s, 80s, 90s. The thing these days that I find is it still has that at its core. The improving productivity in production and manufacturing, but so it's broadened out so much in the meantime. So I heard other people talking here about sustainability and electric vehicle and energy transition topics as well. So the show itself has broadened out really dramatically over the last 30 years. What I like about this show is it's a technology show, but there's lots of other things going on in the background as well. There's people here looking for funding opportunities. There's people looking for research collaboration opportunities as well. So it's multi-dimensioned, but it's when we all get together from the industry, once a year.
Yeah, exactly. And you have a variety of technologies. I think one of my impressions over the years is it really has evolved from a technology show where there's a lot of equipment. Now it's more of a solution show here, but it's one of the few places where there's so many different sectors, so many different types of technology and solutions, and so many that appeals to such a broad variety of manufacturers that this is really, it's not only just a show to do business.
Yeah. I think your point about solutions is right on. I think You know, for a long time, it was all about the latest device in the automation world. And I think back then, you know, there were dramatic changes happening. Now, you know, change in the technologies becomes more incremental, and it's much more about how do you apply that then in an industrial process or an energy process, you know, and how do you get benefits from it? And that's the big difference. So lots of solutions on displays. I think everyone's showing some kind of a solution on their booth. So.
And you know, I know as well the story about Hannover and the important role it has played in unveiling this whole concept about Industry 4.0. Everybody now talks about Industry 4.0, Industry X, and you know, that concept has evolved. But it was actually, you know, that was first unveiled here at Hannover about 15 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's, you know, that's come out of the fact that I think particularly in Germany, you've got a lot of these mid-size tech companies who are all working in the same field, but they're all bringing something else to the table. And the collaboration of all of those and the connection of all of those with the few big players as well, really, I think, put a name on something by calling it Industry 4.0 that we've seen for years. It's that, you know, we're making a step jumping technology, which really means manufacturing can up its productivity. And then the last one of those was Industry 4.0. You know, that became a bit of marketing in the end, to be honest. But the trend behind it was absolutely real. And I think now you don't hear it talked about too much because it's just what it is. You know, it's fully embedded in everything that we're doing. So.
Well, that's right. Roger, we've been really, at NGen, really lucky to be able to work with you and have your help in recruiting companies and preparing them to come to Hannover this year, and we'll be working with you over the course of the coming 11 months because it's going to go fast. We're going up to 2025. What have you been telling companies, and what would you tell companies that are looking to come next year?
Yeah, well, the first thing let me say is I was delighted to get the opportunity. It's I've spent the last few years of my career really working with more small and mid-sized companies who are trying to scale up. And what I tried to convey to the exhibitors this year is a show like this, you know, you've got to approach that show with a certain amount of preparation. There's huge amount of opportunities in the halls, but you need to think ahead about what it is you want to get out of it and who are the people you need to see. And we ran in the end 8 coaching sessions, we called them, with Q&A, and I think we were able to do that. And a lot of it was really understanding that you might be coming here because you're looking for customers, but there might be 2 or 3 other things that you'll get out of this show if you've prepared in advance. Technology partners, distributors, new suppliers, research partners, all kinds of things. So we really worked on that, and I walked around all the Canadian pavilions yesterday, and it seems that most of them are really feeling that you know, they've got some real benefit out of that. So that's this year. What I would say to next year is, you know, to anyone who's looking at this and might be thinking, do I join? Well, you know, I think it's been a great success this year. It's not just about Germany. I guess that's the other thing to say. It's a global show. You'll meet people here from China, Korea, all around the world. So if you want to take your business to the next level, I think this is a great opportunity to be in a great show with a relatively minimum outlay to get yourself started. So,
you know, I just in Hall 7 here in the automation hall where my cabin happens to be located. Yeah, with
very nice it is too.
Yeah, thanks. I put a lot of effort into this one, a lot of design work, but. You know, and speaking to the exhibitors here, a part of it is also to expect the unexpected. Like we've got to have a company who met someone walking down the aisle, started talking. It turns out they're an investor, and now they're raising $5 million. Just simply as a one-off event. We've had Minister of Climate Change and the envoy of the Emirati Prime Minister here. Picking up business cards and saying, okay, we want to follow up with you, and opening a whole brand new market in the Middle East.
Yeah, I mean, hoping for or planning for the unexpected was part of what we coached on as well. And one of the things we said was, the Hannover Messe has a website where all the companies and all the products are listed. And people are using that 3 or 4 weeks ahead of the show to plan who they want to see. So if you've positioned yourself well in that database and it's in your hands to do that, then you don't know who's going to research that and then maybe contact you or maybe just show up one day. And as you mentioned, business in the Middle East, there's people from all around the world here.
Well, it's a great directory to figure out who you want to deal with, but as you say, make sure that your company information is in that database or in that directory and do it early because they will be looking for you.
Yeah, and that's one database. There's also the Trade Commissioner Service is also offering another service as well. So there's really a wealth of, if you're here as a small exhibitor, there's a wealth of support available to you that you won't get if you try to come here on your own. So that's why I say I think for a minimum outlay, you really are getting very well connected and very well supported.
Well, and we've had so many companies too say that the trade commissioners, our colleagues from ISET, or colleagues from the embassy have done really such a great job in being able to support what they're doing here. But it always surprises me how much business is done among the Canadian companies who have never met each other before, but now all of a sudden next door to each other here and have some deal on the back burner.
The embarrassing truth is that some of us have traveled 3,000 miles to meet somebody who lives just up the street from us. But, I think that's all part of the networking, right? And anyway, as I say, I've been coming here 30 years. It's the one I always try to go to. There's lots to see, there's lots to do, and there's lots of connections to make here. So,
Well, and to that point, I think the other thing that really makes Hanover unique, and I compare it to some of the tech shows in North America or in Canada and other places in Europe. You go to a technology show, it's all that you want to know about that particular technology. But what's often missing are the customers. And here you've got the customers here, you've got the investors, you've got innovation partners, as well as, of course, a lot of competitors that are trying to do business too.
And I'll throw in one other thing as well. I mean, we go to shows sometimes where it's driven by one technology only. And what I really like about Hanover, and what you'll find some of us are talking about now in the future of energy transition, etc., is the sector coupling. The coupling of sectors together is where you can really start to realize some of these benefits. And if it's a deep dive on one technology, you don't see how automation relates into EV vehicle charging, for example, or into renewable energy. So sometimes having that widespread of technologies within this landscape is really, really useful as well.
That's right. I mean, and especially here, what you realize is sort of talking to companies from around the world is the challenges are pretty much the same. Everybody is experiencing challenges around connectivity and how to use and adopt digital technologies and how to shape the solution from the technology and how to integrate those technologies there. So everybody's kind of in terms of the challenge, which then translates into the business opportunity. If you come with an open mind, thinking, you don't come here. First of all, don't come to Hanover and don't do business if you think your business is just getting product out the door. You come here looking at solutions and trying to figure out how you can help your customer.
Yeah, long-term view as well.
Absolutely.
I think also the other thing that I've noticed, the Canadian presence. We're not yet the partner country, but the Canadian presence already is very clear. And what I think about that, because I was working till recently into a number of German organizations, is that relationship between Canada and Germany, or Canada and Europe, it seems to be really hitting its stride at the moment. And I know that through involvement with you and through the Chamber of Commerce, Canadian-German Chamber of Commerce as well, is there's quite a feeling of alignment, whether it's political or social or industrial. Germany's looking for new partners in the world in some areas, and Canada's really filling that spot. So there's a lot of interest from some of my German colleagues to know what it is Canada's got. So that's really, I think we're just hitting our stride, I think, in some of the collaboration. And CETA there a few years ago really created the basis for that. So lots of opportunities.
I had the real privilege of helping, the negotiation around CETA, and I can tell you that, we had the idea of what it could lead to, and a part of the discussions were how could we position Canada as a partner country here at Hannover, because that was really, it would be a mark of success if we were able to do that. And I'm so proud in 2025 that that's actually is gonna happen.
I was lucky enough to be in Toronto when the agreement was on Hanover was discussed when Chancellor Scholz was there, and you could feel the energy in the room. Following day, we had a large conference which talked a lot about hydrogen, mineral mining, advanced manufacturing, and you could see a lot of senior people in the room, a lot of alignment between the two countries. Yeah. So we're in a good place.
And exactly the themes that are this year and next year too. So Roger, I know that from everybody looking now, expect to meet you over the course of the next year, and especially if you're interested in coming to Hanover. This is a great coach, and we're so lucky to be working with you. And thanks for dropping into the cabin.
Jay, you're very nice. Thank you very much for those nice words, and I look forward to meeting you. Well, working with you and meeting you all next year.
Super.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
All right. Thank you.
This is the end in fire, and we should all burn together. Watch the flames climb high into the night, calling out Father, stand by and we will watch the flames burn over and on the mountainside. And if we should die, we should all die together. Raise a glass of wine for the last time. Calling out Father, prepare as we will watch the flames burn over and on the mountainside. Desolation comes upon the sky. Now I see fire. It's like the mountain. I see fire. Burning the trees, and I see fire. Hollow souls, I see fire. Burning the breeze. I hope that you remember me. all do the same. Come finding mountain holes. We got too close to the flame. Calling out fire, hold fast and we will watch the flames burn over and on the mountainside. Desolation comes upon the sky. Now I see fire inside the mountain. I see fire burning the trees. I see fire all over the soul. I see fire burning the leaves. I hope that you remember me. I hope that you remember me.
Everyone thinks they know Canada. Our national food comes out of a tree. This is sports, that's a road, and this is how we welcome newcomers. So, you think Canada can change the world? We will. Because energy, human and otherwise, energy that is sustainable, portable, shareable, capable, and other able words that no one's learned yet. Hear us out. It starts with 15.2 million tons of rare earth metals, plus the recycled ones that feed right into the world's #1 ranked lithium battery value chain. Batteries that will feature prominently in EVs that will be created by researchers and AI specialists ranked #3 in the world. EVs that will be built in factories using our automation and robotics, running on quantum and leaning on additive to reduce our dependence on metal things, make 12,000 kilometers and a very smelly boat ride away. All powered by the most abundant thing in the universe.
Hey guys!
No, hydrogen. Made in Canada at the world's largest green hydrogen production site, which is itself powered by our 41 million people qui parlent français et anglais et tous les autres. Which also makes us the most diverse workforce on planet Earth, with skilled geniuses who also kiss fish on purpose and proudly invented the denim tuxedo. We also invented insulin, un gros bras dans l'espace, le premier téléphone, and the one that fits in your pocket and occupies more of your life than your children, on which you scroll an average of 13.2 meters a day. If you're just tuning in now, H2, LI, EVs, AI, 3D, DEI, PNG are why we should be friends, eh? But also because of the super secret tech we're working on, like and that's gonna put on the moon. We might even show you next year when we partner to host this thing. Not that one, this one.
Hi everyone, I'm François-Philippe Champagne, Canada's Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry. In 2025, Canada will be in the spotlight as partnered country at the Hannover Messe, the largest showcase of industrial technology in the world. Hannover Messe, c'est plus d'un quart de million de visiteurs du monde entier qui viennent chaque année découvrir ce qu'il y a de nouveau dans les domaines de l'automatisation, de la fabrication, des applications d'énergie alternative, de la mobilité électrique et des solutions numériques, y compris, bien évidemment, l'intelligence artificielle. As host, we will be proud to show the world the leading research, technology, and manufacturing capabilities that Canada has to offer. Together with our highly skilled workforce, rich natural resources, and clean energy, Canada is quickly becoming the green supplier of choice to the world. Que vous soyez à la recherche de partenaires en innovation, de clients, de fournisseurs ou de travailleurs hautement qualifiés, Hannover Messe est l'endroit où faire des affaires. Our Team Canada partners at ICED, Global Affairs, NGen, and the German-Canadian Chamber of Commerce will be there to assist you. So join me at Hannover Messe this year and next as Canada takes center stage in the exciting world of advanced manufacturing. I look forward to see you there.
Good morning, everyone. If you have chance, you can join us in this podium, speak corner, listen to how we have this technology can sustain our zero emission future. In this short presentation, I will guide you guys through the urgent task for all pollution reduction, and also talking about hydrogen fuel cell technology and urgent needs, and also present our broad zero emission technologies, include our hydrogen technology as well, and also give you some action items you may take home or you may consider. From last few decades, we already noticed global warming is a reality effect. If we look at the report by IEA, we know majority heat release, CO2 release is from transportation by oil, gas industry. So we hope we can add some zero emission energy or power generation to reduce CO2 print. And through last few decades development, hydrogen fuel cell has become a leading technology in zero emission energy generation. Mainly, it generates zero emission powers. And this core technology also is based on the electrocatalyst, also the membrane electrodes. If you do not know what the hydrogen fuel cell is, it's basically pour oxygen from air to the cathode and hydrogen fuel to the anode, instantaneously generate electricity through electrochemical reaction. Currently, hydrogen fuel cell market was focused on heavy-duty vehicle due to some infrastructure delay. And for heavy-duty vehicle zero emission market, mainly they require high power output and extend long lifetime. Currently, set a benchmark at 25,000 hours. And also has a large marine and other large power plants, especially in data centers, requires tons of energy to sustain data center operation. Another market in this area is the passenger HFC EVs. Difference between HFC EV and battery powered electricity is HFC EV is a power generating fuel cell vehicle, and a battery vehicle is charging, discharging. Not only we need to develop zero emission energy technology products and expand the market, but also we need a sustainable clean energy market and technology, as well as the products. Now is only a few countries can afford this kind of zero emission technology. There is a calling for every nation, every countries in the world. They also can access this zero emission energy generation. They also need a affordable cost for people to adopt and to sustain this zero emission technology. Bro, through last 14 years, development has several worldwide patent and patent pending clean energy technologies. A year ago, we have patented a new technology called ELS, electrical technologies. It can provide 40,000 lifetimes, even more. We can have less than $100 per kilowatt. It's a really powerful clean energy generator. And it is HDV stack system ready. Need early adoption at this moment. Not only so, we also developed next 2 generation electric catalysts that will sustain this market further and more powerful and more cost effective. And for generation 6 electric catalysts, we can at least increase 30 to 50% more power output and double the lifetime. If you're in the hydrogen fuel cell market, clean energy generation, or power plants building expansion, you should look into our developed or patented clean energy technologies. It's really not only can produce zero emission hydrogen fuel cell stack systems, also we have next 2 generation catalysts can push and boost this market further with a high power, longer lifetime, and a low cost. Generation 6 electric catalyst is in the developing scale-up stage. Mainly, this catalyst will enable much cheaper cost and a much longer lifetime, even up to 10 to 20 years lifetime for your for your initial investment. For example, if you put on $40,000 by a HFC EV with this technology, not only you can drive 300,000 miles for your lifetime, your kids can drive 300,000 miles, and your grandkids also can drive 300,000 miles, and your grandkids can drive 300,000 miles with zero emission in the footprint. And this is very powerful because transportation will not just be a possession assets anymore, but become a truly transportation tool and a lasting effective. And this is the technology. I want to show you some data. Now we're just talking here, tell you we have reached. We also have scientific data to show you we have reached this lifetime at a high power output. This is not achieved by normal hydrogen fuel cell membrane electrode assembly. Current process technology will not be able to create this called engineered layer structure electrode. We have developed this electrode. We can help every stack developer, system integrators to incorporate our technology in their much needed clean energy generators. This is also have a very long sustained power output. In our data, you can see it lasts for 40,000 hours at 2 amps at 0.6 volt or at 1 amp at 0.7 volt. And by mathematical extrapolation, we know we can sustain another 40,000 hours. So you can last 8 to 10 or 12 years of lifetime. And this powerful LC electrical technology also can prepare us to explore heavy power application products and markets, include aviation, heavy-duty trucks, and also buses, light-duty vehicles, buses, passenger vehicles, and goods delivery trucks as well. We are at a stage looking for partners to demonstrate our technology in the real market, in real products. Also, we want to develop a brand new power generation systems to combat climate change. Now, so this technology is not just in benchmark bench scales. We also have been developing this roll-to-roll automated process technology. This should be ready at the end of this year. We can reach 2 to 10 meters per minute for these powerful, lasting, and cheap EOS membrane electrode products. And this also is fully automated. This is why we are in Germany here today. So we want to see is any manufacturer partners who may be interested to develop this technology for future or the next generation hydrogen fuel cell stacks. Not so as we discussed, I'll give you some data, look at our next generation electric catalyst. This is a core material for zero emission generator or energy generation. You can see all the commercial catalysts, they cannot sustain the power loss due to the ECSA loss. But we have discovered this catalyst in the opposite trend. This is a paradigm shift material science. We can see they can increase the electrochemical surface active area from initial 58 to 130 square meter per gram. This is a very, very powerful material. It's not we cannot imagine, but it is here. And this will enable ultra low loading of precious metal loading, means you can have a lower loading, low cost, and you can still have very high power output. It's not just power output, it's zero emission power output. And this kind of technology can fastly adopting any public transportation vehicles. You can see we will not running all those diesel driving buses, trains, or cargo ships, ferries. It enables you in low cost, long lifetime, economic, comfortable energy generator using buses and all other transportation tools as well. Certainly, if when we have this seventh generation electric catalyst deployed or used in the new EOS membrane electrode, it will further reduce the cost of these hydrogen fuel cell stacks. Currently, the market best technology in the market is around 4 or 4.5 kilowatts per gram. We can reach 10, even 15 kilowatts per gram of platinum. At this moment, your car will below $10,000 per generator. And also will last 10 to 15 years lifetime. So you buy a car and at $30,000 for 10 to 15 years with zero emission. And the climate change for us is real. I hope you guys take notice of this ready technology. Also in other public transportation with this seventh generation catalyst, it's not only early adopters will be able to enjoy. All developing or even underdeveloping countries, they may also be able to access this advanced zero emission technology in sea flying, in long distance autonomous driving, and in robotic driving buses as well. Also, this powerful zero emission energy generation technology can enable large power plants. You can build these power plants. You do not depend on the grids. You don't need to fight between the policies to connect to the grids. You can have distributed power for your villages, for your buildings, for your islands, for your homes as well. Not only we have developed these potent, powerful hydrogen fuel cell technologies and zero emission energy producing technology, we also developed very advanced seawater to hydrogen technology. It's not spraying water in seawater. This is spray seawater to hydrogen. I will play a simple video for you, but let me tell you the most advanced, most benefits for this technology in the future is you will have exceptional high current density, low cost at a low voltage, and only this technology will enable hydrogen cost below $1. And you can know every country need green hydrogen. You need have this kind of technology for your company, for your country, for your region, for future healthy living. Can you? I want to show you this is how we have developed. This is all about advanced nanomaterials, electrocalysis. It is not just a system design or you have money can play. It is all about technology, so you should put more time, resources to invest in the zero emission technology or green hydrogen production technology. You can see this is a video on this area. You can see tons of bubbles. These are hydrogen bubbles. We can reach below 20 kilowatts hour per kilogram of green hydrogen. And seawater is limitless. You can keep using seawater as a source. Every country has coastlines. You can double our technology in next 9 to 12 months. Foreseeable future is you have cruise ship, you have cargo ship. You don't need to consider hydrogen onboarding. You don't need to consider liquefied hydrogen anymore. You don't need to transport liquid hydrogen from Australia to Japan to somewhere. You can have our technology to build onboard hydrogen production because it's fast, it's economic, and lots of people like me like waterfront living. You don't need to think that way anymore. You can think water around living, like Atlantis, right? We all know this mysterious island, but this can be reality in the next 5 to 10 years. We can expand to oceans. Now you have power generation, endless. You have hydrogen generation, endless. You have lasting hydrogen fuel cell power generators. We have developed this technology. It's now. It's not like in the future. So hope you guys all enjoy this in the future, your water running, water surround living life. We would like to call some actions because we are the technology development company. We do need people to work with us. We want collaborations. We want to have production sites not located in North American developed countries with very high labor costs. We prefer to have these advanced material developed, manufactured in selected regions to enable global access. We also would like to collaborate to fast develop C2H2 technology. Means from seawater you can produce tremendous amount of green hydrogen at a very low cost. Any PEM water electrolyzer, AEM water electrolyzer, they have a cost above $3 or $4 per kilogram hydrogen. This technology will enable below $1 and on-site production. We also want to develop a scaling up plan. It's not a scale up the production. It's scale up of deployment of this clean energy generation and clean hydrogen generation across global. Lastly, I also want to say we also welcome anyone come on board for the hydrogen fuel cell energy technology production or deployment. We also welcome people if you have not learned or known about this zero emission technology, come to join us, support us. We also want those policymakers to know there is a sustainable economic hydrogen fuel cell technology ready for climate change. They should make a right policy to help us to deploy this technology for global market. We also want to have a public awareness of this zero emission technology to work together combat the climate change. Finally, we also want to develop a development plan to provide these even water surrounding living conditions for people who want. Thank you for your time. I'm here if anyone has some questions. You can drop by, put up your hands, so I will help you to answer some questions. If you watch the video through the big screen, if you have some question, you also can email us, contact us through our exhibitor website or through our or visit our booth in Hall 13B04 in today and tomorrow. We welcome you to come to visit us and discuss any opportunity you may have. Thank you very much. Talk to you later.
Everyone thinks they know Canada. Our national food comes out of a tree. This is sports, that's a road, and this is how we welcome newcomers. So, you think Canada can change the world? We will. Because energy, human and otherwise, energy that is sustainable, portable, shareable, capable, and other able words that no one's learned yet. Hear us out. It starts with 15.2 million tons of rare earth metals, plus the recycled ones that feed right into the world's #1 ranked lithium battery value chain. Batteries that will feature prominently in EVs that will be created by researchers and AI specialists ranked #3 in the world. EVs that will be built in factories using our automation and robotics, running on quantum and leaning on additive to reduce our dependence on metal things, make 12,000 kilometers and a very smelly boat ride away. All powered by the most abundant thing in the universe.
Hey guys!
No, hydrogen. Made in Canada at the world's largest green hydrogen production site, which is itself powered by our 41 million people qui parlent français et anglais et tous les autres. Which also makes us the most diverse workforce on planet Earth, with skilled geniuses who also kiss fish on purpose and proudly invented the denim tuxedo. We also invented insulin, un gros bras dans l'espace, le premier téléphone, and the one that fits in your pocket and occupies more of your life than your children, on which you scroll an average of 13.2 meters a day. If you're just tuning in now, H2, LI, EVs, AI, 3D, DEI, PNG, or why we should be friends, eh? But also because of the super secret tech we're working on, like and that's gonna put on the moon. We might even show you next year when we partner to host this thing. Not that one, this one.
Hi everyone, I'm François-Philippe Champagne, Canada's Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry. In 2025, Canada will be in the spotlight as partnered country at the Hannover Messe, the largest showcase of industrial technology in the world. Hannover Messe, c'est plus d'1/4 de million de visiteurs du monde entier qui viennent chaque année découvrir ce qu'il y a de nouveau dans les domaines de l'automatisation, de la fabrication, des applications d'énergie alternative, de la mobilité électrique et des solutions numériques, y compris, bien évidemment, l'intelligence artificielle. As host, we will be proud to show the world the leading research, technology, and manufacturing capabilities that Canada has to offer. Together with our highly skilled workforce, rich natural resources, and clean energy, Canada is quickly becoming the green supplier of choice to the world. Que vous soyez à la recherche de partenaires en innovation, de clients, de fournisseurs ou de travailleurs hautement qualifiés, Hannover Messe est l'endroit où faire des affaires. Our Team Canada partners at ICED, Global Affairs, NGen, and the German-Canadian Chamber of Commerce will be there to assist you. So join me at Hannover Messe this year and next as Canada takes center stage in the exciting world of advanced manufacturing. I look forward to see you there.
All right. Hello, everyone. We'll be hosting a short lunch and learn today on the subject of dynamic production scheduling. My name is Valerie. I work at Deloitte, and you may have noticed our booth in Hall 15. We have our Smart Factory booth over there, which is our Smart Factory from the German team in Dusseldorf. We also have a Smart Factory in Montreal, which I partly manage. So I'll be talking to you a little bit about what we do today. A big thank you to the NGen team for having me over today. Much appreciated. So before we go into the subject of dynamic scheduling, I wanted to talk a little bit about the manufacturing trends that we're seeing in the industry right now. So based on Deloitte's report from 2024, we can see a few trends that are coming out in the manufacturing industry. Some are fairly new, others we can see carried over from the previous years. One that is still persistent is talent shortages. So in Canada as well as in North America in general, we can really see very high labor shortage, both with skilled workers and shop floor workers as well. So that is still a challenge, and we're still predicting that it will be a challenge for the coming years. Smart Factory and the journey towards the industrial metaverse is a very hot topic right now. We're Thursday, so you've probably had a chance to walk around the trade show already. So you already know that Smart Factory is a buzzword that is being used everywhere for good reason, and we'll go into a bit more detail on that in the next slide. Supply chain digitization, also a big subject. Here we're talking a lot about transparency. We're talking about making sure that we manage our suppliers, making sure that we're able to predict as much as possible our material shortages. Aftermarket services as a potential differentiator. So here again, focusing on transparency on the entire value chain, making sure that we are still able to keep adding value to our products once they're out in the market. And lastly, product electrification and decarbonization. So as you've seen in the trade show and in the market in general, in the past few years, there has been a big push to electrify many products. If you take the example of just the electrical vehicle field, which is really pushing manufacturers to produce in a different way and adapt their strategies. So with all of these things in mind, we're talking a lot about talent shortages and Smart Factory in the context of this presentation today, because that's what is going to drive us to the solution that I'm going to discuss later on for dynamic scheduling. Before we go into that, though, I wanted to go through a short description of what I believe is a Smart Factory. It's a term that is used quite often, so just want to make sure that we align on a few key principles that define what a Smart Factory is. And obviously, this is quite flexible. There can be more or less, but just a general point of view. So first of all, we have multiple automation solutions. So as you can see walking around in this trade show this week, there are many, many different types of solutions out there. And I was having a conversation with a gentleman yesterday that asked me point blank, do you think consulting services are still useful today, considering that a lot of solutions are easier to implement? And it's actually a really good question. And I ask myself that question often because I think it's important to constantly reevaluate how pertinent we are in the industry. And it's true that a lot of solutions are getting more and more easy to implement. If we take the example of the other day, I was at the Tulip booth, and they were explaining how their MES is able to be implemented in different modules, and a lot of their clients are implementing it themselves. And I think those solutions are fantastic. But the reality is that even though a lot of solutions are simple to install or simpler to install today, there is a much larger variety. And the true value of a Smart Factory comes from having multiple systems and multiple automation machines communicate with each other, right? That's where you get the true value. So actually having that support to make sure that you have a coordinated Smart Factory journey still has its place. So hopefully my my job is still relevant in the industry. And then we have the interoperability of robotics with humans. For those of you that have been to the robotics hall, you see that there's a very wide range of collaborative robots. They're all the rage right now. So really not only thinking about automation, but how it interacts with humans as well. Everything around private 5G, IoT, AIoT. So making sure that we create as much data as possible to be able to take good business decisions. So it's not necessarily about the quantity of data, but it's about the quality and the relevance of it also. If we look at digital twins, also a very hot topic in the trade show that we walked through this week, we can see multiple vendors that are making many different versions of digital twins. Ultimately, I still believe that it is a very useful tool. We need to go in with a plan. You need to know how to use it and what problem you want to solve. But it is a great way to run what-if scenarios and really understand your operations a lot better. If you look at the next point around control towers, which you may have heard this term before as well, the way that I like to define a control tower is really about visualizing data in such a way that allows you to make business decisions, right? So it could be a control tower around production data. It could be a control tower around your labor usage. It could be a control tower around your entire network. The idea is to centralize your data in one place so that you can actually use it. We've seen a lot also of improvements in vision technology and AI. This is another subject that we've seen a lot of in the trade show this year. So these technologies are getting to be more and more useful and more adaptable to different companies. Developments in AR as well. So when we talk about labor shortage, typically we also talk about high turnover rates. We talk about new workers that need to be trained rapidly and brought up to speed rapidly. So AR can definitely be used to facilitate that and to bring people to a level of productivity a little bit faster. So these are all the elements that I would consider as the main elements included in a smart factory. And today I want to focus a little bit more on the concept of the control tower, and more specifically as it relates to your workforce and your production data. So I'm going to talk to you today about a tool that we've developed that is actually very simple. It's a constraints-based dynamic scheduling tool. It doesn't necessarily leverage AI, so we're really building an optimization tool that is taking in constraints and optimizing the production schedule accordingly. One of the main problems that a lot of our clients are trying to solve right now is how do they adapt their production, their manufacturing facility to a very variable market, right? We have disruptions when it comes to part shortages. We have employees perhaps not showing up to work. We have last-minute client demands coming in. So forecasting tools can only take you so far. At some point, you need to have a dynamic tool next to you that is able to help you adjust your production on a daily basis when these things happen. And my first reaction when we started talking about this in our team is, well, for sure a lot of people are already thinking about this and already tackling this problem. And surprisingly, not many are. I was walking through the halls and I've seen a few promising solutions, which I find encouraging. But I wanted to talk about this today because I feel like it's a problem that is often overlooked and oversimplified. So essentially what we're doing here is we're optimizing our production scheduling so that we have the right raw materials at the right time, at the right place, with the right workforce, and that we're producing the right work order. So essentially doing all the right things at the right time. And the idea here is to build a tool that a supervisor, as an example, could use easily on a daily basis, multiple times a day, right? So just because your production schedule was set at some point in the morning doesn't mean that it'll be the same throughout the day. So it may change, it may need to be adapted, and you want to be able to have the tools to make that happen. So one of the first questions that I had when we started working on this tool was, what are we creating that's different from what we can find on the market, right? And a lot of my clients that I see right now are going on these massive transformation journeys, which are great, by the way. As an example, one of my clients has multiple plants in multiple countries. They are currently changing their ERP. And usually when you're a large company like this, you can be embarking on a 5, 6, 7 year journey, right? For everything to be rolled out in all of your facilities, which is a huge amount of time. There's so many things that can change within that time frame. So what I wanted to highlight with this tool today was not only this particular tool, but also just the concept of implementing small, easy to implement, low-cost solutions along those large transformation journeys, right? In order to be able to drive a little bit more of a rapid ROI and a little bit more productivity while you're on your way to transforming your business. This doesn't mean that they're standalone tools at all, so it is very important that the tools that you have are still connected. So even if this is a system that is outside of your MES, outside of your ERP, it's still communicating with it and sharing data. So we still have one source of truth. That's very important to maintain. But the idea here is to really just keep innovating through that transformation journey. If we look at a high-level view of what the architecture of this tool looks like, again, very simple. We're really concentrating on solving the problem of dynamic production scheduling. So we're starting with a prioritization. So we're prioritizing the work orders depending on the client, depending on the product, depending on the time frame that is required. We're packaging the work, so based on the material that is needed, based on the tools that are needed, we're packaging it in logical forms. Then we're planning the different production routes throughout the facility, planning primary routes and secondary routes based on the hard constraints that we've put in our system. And reporting, which is also a very important aspect, which can be done in many different ways. In this case, this is a web-based tool. So we're talking about a rather simple form of reporting, but it can be adapted to whatever the clients need. I'd like to bring your attention to two things in this slide. The first one is the input data. So as you can see here, we have Excel as an example. Obviously, we can be pulling data from an MES, we can be pulling data from an ERP or any other system that is on hand. The reason why I wanted to bring this to your attention is that a lot of our clients today and a lot of manufacturing facilities have data coming from various sources, right? So the idea here is really to be able to pull it from these different sources and bring it all together. The second thing I wanted to bring your attention to was the employee bucket. So one of the things that we've seen on the market right now is that a lot of tools are neglecting employee skills. And typically that's also because it's not necessarily a database that is well kept within the company. But we think that this is a very, very important one because it's not only about do I have enough people on my shop floor, it's do I have the right people on my shop floor, right? And who do I need to, what kind of workers do I need to hire? What kind of workers do I need to train? What do I need to train them for? These are all very, very important questions that you need to answer on a fairly regular basis, and they should be going into your production planning. And a lot of the tools that I see today, they take into account the materials, they take into account the machine constraints, the production constraints, but they don't necessarily, they tend to neglect this human resources aspect. And I think that that's very important. The other thing that's important with looking at the labor bucket is finding a tool that is able to not only tell you what you need today on your shop floor, but that's able to forecast what you might need in the future. So this is also a capability that we've built into this tool. The ability to based on previous data, to forecast the kind of talent that you might need within your workforce in the future. One of the last things I wanted to talk about was a typical approach for deployment. So again, coming back to the interests of implementing short, simple solutions. Here we're looking at deployment in a matter of weeks, right? Typically, as in any technology setting, we would be looking at a proof of concept format. So starting with a small POC, then scaling up to multiple facilities, multiple operations. But really here, the emphasis has been put on simplicity. So we take a few weeks to first identify really what the tool needs to do, right? What constraints need to be put in, what are hard constraints, and what might be softer constraints as well, because the last thing you want to do is bound your tool to a certain point where it just can't even optimize anymore. We set up the data pipelines. So this step typically is the one that takes the longest because, like I said before, a lot of clients have different sources of data. The data is never in good condition, even though some people might think so. So it is always a bit of a surprise when you open that box. You never really know what to expect. So we usually leave a little bit more time. Then we customize, we test the solution. So again, coming back to what the tool actually really needs to do, what it needs to optimize, and testing the solution with the workers, with the supervisors to make sure that they're comfortable with it, that they're comfortable with the interface. And then the deploy and support portion, so making sure that the proper knowledge transfer is put into place and that the teams using the tool are comfortable with it. So this is nothing new with respect to what is already being done in regular systems implementation. But the difference here is really around making sure that we're able to bring value to manufacturing facilities quickly and easily, and making them have more visibility on their production in that way. So with this, I hope I shed a little bit more light on this issue that I think is a very important one. If you would like to get a little bit more information on what we do at Deloitte or what we do with this tool, you're more than welcome to join us in Hall 15. We have a Deloitte booth there. Or you can stick around and ask me some questions as well. I think I'm allowed to do that, right? Okay. So thank you so much, everyone, for listening to me. I know it's Thursday. I know everyone's brain is a little bit tired, so I very much appreciate it. And I hope you all have a great rest of your day. All set?
Lights still out and I can't be seen. Nights that I try to swim All right. So thanks for the invitation, and I have the chance right now to talk a little bit about its OWL, which is a, let's say, technology network in a region called Ostwestfalen-Lippe in Germany. Before I start with that, I will give a short introduction to myself. So my name is Arno, and I'm part of the management team of this technology network. And the idea is to give you an idea about what we are doing, where do we invest our efforts in terms of innovation, and what is basically our key strategy in terms of sustainability and sustainable transformation. So that's, for the next 20 minutes, I think, the background. So maybe before we dive into the topic itself, let's have a look on the technology network. So if you like to visit it, it's just around the corner. So it's a technology network consisting of around about 200 partners from industrial companies, medium-sized companies, global players, and especially family-owned businesses, which are somehow investing into kind of sustainable business. And so in that term, it's a very good condition to make and to work on a common strategy in this region together. And that's the second important point, together with the research institutes and the universities of that region. So what you can imagine, it's a technology network of around about 200 organizations working together on innovation projects in terms of intelligent technical systems. We started with that around about 12 years ago. So you see three different strategy phases. The first phase has been in terms of intelligent technical systems. So it was the kickoff. So the basic idea to bring the different partners together and start on working, let's say, on innovation in terms of digitalization, in terms of AI, and also in terms of, for example, energy management systems. So that's around about 10 years ago. The second wave of our strategy was then basically on the question of how to bring digital solutions to the shop floors, how to bring digital solutions to the companies. And we called that wave basically the digital transformation wave. And in 2022, we run a new strategy process together with all the different organizations, and created a new strategy which is right now called Industry Zero, which is basically aiming on the, let's say, dual transformation. We call it the dual transformation. And that's connected with the vision you can see here, the vision of a model region for sustainable value creation driven by intelligent technical systems. So that's the basic idea behind it. And for the presentation right now, I want to motivate, on the one hand, why we aim for such a sustainable value creation. I think that's a no-brainer. If you walk around here, it's basically the purpose of almost all the innovation efforts you can see here, but also on the question of how intelligent technical systems can bring, let's say, value to this sustainable transformation. And to have a first look on the sustainable value creation, and the reason we aim for that is given here. You can see here basically the key motivations for us to invest into, let's say, sustainable value creation. So first of all, I think it's clear it's driven by the expectations of the users. So if you decide for buying a new product, you might already look on the ecological footprint of that product and decide on your own buying decision on sustainable issues. So that's basically one key driver of making things sustainable. The second one is that, we typically also see that our suppliers, that our OEMs want to see the ecological footprint of the company. So it's basically a thing in business relations that you have to see, that you have to show how you invest into sustainability. That's another key driver. Then for sure the regulatory requirements, which are given by the politics, especially in the EU, are quite hard in terms of sustainability right now. So we see a lot of regulations coming up there where we have to make sure that we achieve those requirements. And then one of the, in my opinion, most important things is also attracting talents, because what we see right now here in our region at least is that there's a war for talents. So We need people who are smart enough to solve these issues. And for them, it might be really high motivation to work on a future-proof and sustainable future. And that's basically the idea, to motivate those people also to join the idea of sustainable value creation. And last but not least, and I think that's also a no-brainer, is what we see due to the different crises in the world, starting with COVID, coming to energy crisis in Europe, related to the geopolitical issues, especially with Ukraine and Russia. We see that there's also a need for thinking different in terms of energy, thinking different in terms of material supplies, and in the end also make sure that sustainability can be a solution for these issues too. So I think it's clear why we aim for such a transformation in terms of sustainability. Now the key question is, how can intelligent technical systems or digitalization, which is basically our DNA within the technology network, how can these technologies give an impact on the topic of sustainability transformation? And that's basically what I want to show in terms of the intelligent technical systems. And in that case, we follow a so-called dual strategy that we say, on the one hand, our companies, our research institutes are working on intelligent technical systems that are sustainable for themselves. So think of a washing machine, for example. One of our key members is the company Miele. So think of a washing machine. There are lots of different opportunities to make those machines more sustainable. You can save water, you can save washing powder, you can save energy. So there are a lot of different issues where you have the opportunity to make an intelligent technical system more sustainable. But on the other hand, we also see that these products should be manufactured sustainable. So what we also see is that there's a way to sustainable value creation and production and manufacturing. And also for this, we want to find the right solutions and provide the right components and ways. And that's basically what we do together in this innovation ecosystem called It's OWL. And some of the projects and innovation projects we aim for, I would say it's a research a budget of around 300 million euros running right now, which is invested into innovation in terms of sustainable value creation. And that's what you can also see on the booth just next to us here. Well, this is one dimension, and what can we right now really achieve by bringing intelligent technical systems to those kind of value creation and products? And basically it's three dimensions. One, I think, do you still, now it's working again. Yeah, it's basically more efficient systems. I already told you about the example of the washing machine. Efficient, more efficient in water usage, more efficient in energy usage. So different perspectives of making a system more efficient. Thank you. So a next dimension is to at least search for clean energy. And if you walk around the Hannover Fair, you will see lots of different companies investing in hydrogen and in different ways of going and transform the energy way to more clean energy. And last but not least, and that's something I want to emphasize today, is also the idea of a circular use of materials, which is another dimension. Taking a first look on the topic of clean energy, our cluster is basically focusing on one sector. So what we see is that there's an energy transformation in infrastructure issues, in mobility issues. We see it in the building industries that there's a really shift to clean energy. But what we focus basically on in our cluster initiative is the energy transformation in terms of industry. So what we are looking for is how we can use digitalization and AI for intelligent energy management, for intelligent factory management also. And that's basically the idea of transforming to a clean energy perspective. So one dimension, and right now I think we have around 10 projects running in that context where we try to solve first energy management issues based, for example, on a machine itself, or on the whole site, on the whole production line, or even on the whole region. And in terms of the other dimension, in terms of circular material systems, we aim for so-called circular economy, which is quite different to what we have today. So what we are talking about today is basically a linear material usage. So we take the raw materials, we produce, we use the products, and in best case we recycle the products. But even that's not always the sense. And when we look on the numbers, what we already know is that almost 50% of all the greenhouse gas emissions in the world are connected to the production and the manufacturing of raw materials. So that in terms of sustainability, we have a really large possibility to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions in that case if we find solutions of how to reuse and how to remanufacture materials. On the other hand, we also see that especially for the new technologies like photovoltaics or robotics, especially also in the semiconductor industry, we are, as Europe and also as Germany, quite dependent on imported raw materials from regions which are not always so stable in terms of geopolitical issues. And that's also a key way of reducing geopolitical dependencies if we can make it possible to reuse and remanufacture materials within the system. And that basically brings us to the idea of the modern circular economy, so use again, use longer and use less, by different so-called R strategies. So what you can see here on this slide are basically 4 of the 10 R strategies. The first one, for sure, something everybody knows from his car, to keep it as long as possible in life, is to repair it, to make typical maintenance and to make sure that the system is working as long as possible. That's especially in high investment goods, the typical way to extend the lifespan of the product. In terms of reuse, we also know lots of examples, especially in fashion industry. It's very common to have a second life for clothes. So second hand is etablited in that case, or established in that case. And also the question comes up, how about reuse in terms of industrial goods? How can we support the reuse of systems? How can we make sure that it's, that's a strategy to use things, products as long as possible. And also the reuse strategy you might know from the from the automotive industry. So it's very typical that you also can buy used cars where you can exactly see how many kilometers did they run, how much maintenance has been done by the customer. So this is the second strategy. And then remanufacturing is quite an idea of taking products back by the manufacturer and update it, refresh it, and bring it back to the market. So in that case, I can also reuse the materials and keep the materials within the circle of the product. And last but not least, maybe not the favorite strategy, but still better than throwing away, we can also go for recycling of the materials and bring it to another purpose into the circle. So basically we can see 4 strategies, and now the question is how is that concerned or connected with digitalization? And I can show you one example which is quite impressive, because in that case we can see that it's not only repairing and reusing and recycling, but in that case it's really rethinking. So digitalization has changed the product portfolio. You can see on that desk quite a lot. So in that case we see that lots of material goods have been going away by digitalizing them. So in that case, we need different materials than before. However, we need much less. So we have the computer, which is now working for lots of different applications. And that's one way of rethinking the material use in that case. When we take a look at more related products to our cluster, we can, for example, see that digitalization helps us in terms of repairing, reusing and recycling by providing sharing systems. So what we see here is that we have a digital return system for clothes or a sharing platform for second-hand clothes that makes it much more easier and more efficient to bring those clothes into a second life. A second example is the reuse of a tool manufacturer. So in that case, digitalization makes it possible to exactly see how many hours, how many minutes, how many ways this product was used before. So do you have any idea about the number or the minutes such a typical drilling machine is running during its whole life cycle if you take it from your construction? So basically, such a drilling machine is running 8 minutes in its whole life cycle, in average, across all different drilling machines which are existing. So I think from that point, or from that example, you can see that it makes much sense to make sure that those systems are not just thrown away, but somehow reused, because 8 minutes is almost nothing, but it's the typical way a drilling machine is used in a household. So in that case, digitalization makes it possible to see how the product was used, to organize the reuse, to distribute it to the customers, and to take it away again from the customers. And the last example is what you can see on the right, the smart maintenance of a compressor. So in that case, we have a machine, and the machine is also sending data, sending information about the usage, and that data can in the end be used again for smart maintenance, which makes sure that the lifespan of this product is somehow extended. So what you see here are 3 examples how intelligent technical systems and digitalization can help to go for a circular economy and to extend the lifespan of products. And to bring it to a kind of model that's quite useful, I think, for almost every product, you can see it here. So the basic idea of the circular economy and digitalization is that you, for right now, have the first time the chance to understand the usage phase. So digitalization makes it possible to understand what the customer is really doing with the product, which makes it much easier to retake it for recycling, to retake it for remanufacturing, and also to retake it for reuse and repair. And that's basically the message, that we can use the, let's say, technologies of digitalization and AI for running a circular business model. And that's, in the end, one key way of what we call the dual transformation, or the sustainability transformation, in terms of going for a circular economy. To bring it to an end, and for the key takeaways, I would say that there's, I think that's a common sense, no real alternative to a sustainability value, or to a sustainable value creation. So I think that's quite clear. We see that intelligent technical systems and also digitalization plays a key role in that term. So what we see in terms of clean energy, of energy management, but also in terms of a circular economy, intelligent technical systems or digitalization can be a key enabler. And basically, that's what we are also focusing our innovation activities on, that we say core fields of action for us as a technology network are basically the energy transformation, to go for an intelligent energy management, and also for circular material usage, which can then be supported by digital technologies. And last but not least, I think, as we can say that this transformation, the whole sustainability transformation, is something which is not solved within the next 10 or 5 to 10 years. We see that it's a long-term transformation, a long-term investment for all our companies, and that many problems on that way can much better be solved if we work close together. And that's exactly what you can also see on the booth, that there are around 200 partners who show their solutions, who share their solutions also in terms of innovation, and who try to learn together on this path to sustainable value creation. And this might be one example of an innovation ecosystem, how it can work in a small region like Ostwestfalen-Lippe. So that's my overview. Thank you for your attention. And yeah, if you are interested, just have a look just around the corner. There are a lot of our projects showcasing the way to sustainability. Thanks a lot.
Good afternoon, and welcome to our panel doing business in Canada. My name is Yvonne Dentz, and I'm the president and CEO of the Canadian-German Chamber. And I'm joined here in the cottage by Joris Mini, the senior vice president at Siemens Canada, and Roger Hallett, the president and CEO of Phoenix Contact Canada. And first of all, I think it's very nice to have a little bit of a fire going, given this unpredictable April weather out there. And so before we dive into the topic of today's discussion, I just wanted to do a quick round to hear how was Hannover Messe so far for you this year? I know you've both been here many, many times, so share with us a little bit about your experience this year.
Shall I go first? So I think I said earlier, I've been coming here now nearly 30 years. I think you have as well. And it used to be very much an automation-centric, electrical product-centric show. It's got much more in the meantime. So there's so much going on. I've really enjoyed getting out and looking at the hydrogen area, which has only been there for a couple of years, the digital ecosystem area, which is just relatively new. So far, it's been great. And of course, you know, the Canadian presence for us, we're all working in Canada, this is just outstanding. I think we've all been a little bit worried that we didn't upstage the actual country partner this year. But it's been great to be part of all of that. I've really enjoyed it.
Thank you. We really enjoyed having you part of the Canadian delegation as well. Joris?
It has been a great success, I must say. We every year we invite customers from Canada to join us on what is called the Hannover experience. To get to know the customers, so the customers get to know us, but they also get to know something about Germany. Last night we had some fun as well. That is part of the experience. And we do this already since 15 years. What I also would like to highlight is that NGen did really a great job in bringing customers, bringing companies from Canada here on the Hannover Fair, making them comfortable. There's lots of traffic, as you can see. There's a whole crowd in front of me. So it's really great what the team accomplished. So from that point of view, all positive.
Amazing. And I know Jay is not in the room, but we have Frank here. So maybe a quick round of applause for NGen for pulling this together. So let's take it across the Atlantic to Canada. You've both been in Canada for many, many years. And you might not, like you haven't really taken your businesses there. You both started with the businesses later. But I know you worked with companies that are just have gotten onto the ground in Canada. Tell me a bit about their experience expanding into Canada, coming to Canada. What is it like? Yeah. Who wants to go first?
I think the first thing any organization from Germany wants to come to Canada is decide, do you want to be a German company acting in Canada, or are you really interested in building a Canadian organization? And it makes a difference, and especially when you try to attract talent, are these people joining a Canadian organization, or are they joining a German organization acting in Canada? I think this is important that this is clear up front. Siemens chose to be in Canada to be a Canadian organization. We are there since 111 years with its own culture, giving potential employees a perspective for a career also in Canada or beyond that.
I agree with all of that. We also work with a lot of small, mid-sized companies, as you do. Some of them are local startups, and some of them are German or other European, countries coming to Canada. I think some of the things I find is, in comparison to starting a business in Germany or starting a business in Europe, it's quite a lot easier to get going in Canada. Whether it's just getting your company registered or buying insurance or whatever it might be, it's all easier. I think another aspect which I think you were starting to highlight there is, there's a very talented workforce in Canada. The education system is really, really good. Some really good schools and colleges, and especially in the technical field, if you're hiring engineers or science related, there's some really, really good colleges. And I think if you look at the top 40 universities around the world, there's a bunch of Canadian ones in there. So there's people around. So acquiring talent or hiring talent is, I'm not saying it's easy. There's a lot of competition, but it's there. and if you make your offering attractive, that's the output of all of those schools is available. So those are a couple of things. There's a whole list though, to be honest. So.
There is a whole list, and we will get into some of these factors later. But you already mentioned one, the talent. So can you share some strategies, some things you've done, some success stories on how you attract talent and how you build talent in Canada?
Yeah, we took an audacious move to build up an R&D center in Saskatoon. We chose to put our facility on the campus of the University of Saskatoon. And we hired the first 10 people. That was the easy part, but then we wanted to scale. So now we have 250 people involved in R&D in developing software for 3D design of the new chips that are being built in the semiconductor sector. And we found out tapping into the immigration is really important. There's a lot of talent coming to Canada as foreign students, so this is an important part. We assigned, whenever someone joins, we assigned in the R&D a mentor. And these were people that were there 6 months, so they were already the veterans. And so that these people feel comfortable joining a large Siemens organization in Saskatoon. And it worked really well. They have the perspective, they are part of a global network, they work with people in California, in China, in Germany. And the good feel factor in an international group of people really attracts talent to join such an R&D team.
And you are allowed to make a plug for the Siemens booth and tell us that you can actually see that innovation at the Siemens booth.
We're very proud.
I think another thing I'd add to that is I think Canada's, since I've been 20 years living in Canada now, 22 years. We're making the transition from being a country which is a destination for high-tech products to come, and that's how a lot of our organizations were set up, to now being a country which is developing a lot of those things itself. And you have an R&D center. We recently started research and development on network switches in Toronto because there's a pool of people there. And I think, coming and showing that you're committed to the market by not just trying to sell products, but, engaging a wider workforce really makes a difference as an employer. So that's one thing we did. And another thing we did, which again, you think you do as well, is we started a graduate program. Because historically what we did was we posted jobs out and we waited for candidates, which meant basically we were taking people from our competitors, which it's sometimes that's okay as a short-term solution, but it's not a long-term development. So we started a graduate program, and now every year we take on 2 people. We're a 150 people company, and we put them through a training program, something which is second nature in Europe, but wasn't being done by many offices in Canada. And that's the kind of thing I think attracts attention or attracts talent.
Talking about graduate programs, can you explain and explore a little bit how you work with Canadian colleges and universities? Because I think that's another great way to enter the market and to build your operations in Canada.
Yeah, we started a couple of years ago a mechatronics program. So in a college or university, you have the mechanical engineering, you have the electrical engineering, and there was missing something in the middle, the mechatronics, which you find a lot in the manufacturing industry, you find that. And we trained the professors of the college or the university in Germany or virtually during the pandemic. So they then can have a head start in rolling out that program in Canada. And this is in collaboration with the company Festo, who is on the didactic side, provides ready-made training models, which is running very well. And we have now expanded our network to more than 15 colleges and universities across Canada.
Amazing.
We're not as sophisticated as that, but what we try to do is help schools and colleges by putting product there that they can train people on. But with our graduate program, we've selected 5, I think, colleges and universities where we try to draw graduates from. And we will go and we'll take part in their career days. We'll typically the graduates of the previous year will go and talk to potential graduates for the next. They speak the same language. They speak more young language than I do. So we try to do that and partner with schools so that they know a little bit what we want. I mean, we're taking 2 per year. We're not changing the world on our own, but at least that they know that that's what we want from people. And our hope is, I think, that down the line they'll, maybe respond to that in the way that they are, training people or developing people for us. So early stages yet for us, though.
But I'm sure even with 2, you can create a little bit of a spill effect. So that's amazing.
I think, that's one of the things when we started it, we thought, well, it's just 2. Does it change the world? And then we realized, well, 2 by us, it maybe encourages 2 by somebody else. And we are all in an ecosystem, all of the, advanced manufacturing companies or the electrical automation suppliers. We're all in the same ecosystem. So it helps everybody in the longer term, I think.
I think just your last line, it helps everybody, shows the very collaborative environment in Canada. It's usually, as you can see here on the booth, it's very much always a Team Canada approach. You both have worked in other countries. That might be maybe a bit of a difference to other countries. Can you share your experience you had with the Canadian work environment, but also the work environment in Germany or around the world? What are maybe cultural differences that people are not so aware of?
Important in different cultures when you do business is that you find a way to establish trust. And the process to establish that trust is different country to country. It's different in Asia, it's different in Germany, it's different in Canada. In Canada, it's very important that you are transparent and that you take into account how someone feels about a certain topic. The comfort factor has to be there. Yeah, it's both the rational aspect, which is more the German culture, transparency. If it is bad, you will say so in somebody's face. You don't hide that. In Canada, this is the good feel factor is important. And for someone coming from Europe into Canada, that is something you have to learn, and it's very important. So, and then Asia has a couple of other aspects, because with the comfort, with the trust there, then business flows. Without the trust, it doesn't work.
Yeah, you gave me time to think about the answer to that. I think there's lots of things. One of the biggest things I think is in Canada, people go to sports analogies really quickly. And I think there's a real mentality of Team Canada. When Canada, some of you will know this better than me, but when Canada's playing hockey against the US, for example, or everybody in the whole country is behind it. And I think so that's team spirit, being part of a team and winning as part of a team, I think is something I didn't, I worked in Asia for a long time and worked here it was not the same. Here a lot of it's company orientated. We are all company orientated as well, but there's something about being, it flashes up here in my corner of my eye, something about being Team Canada and all working together. It's definitely a factor, I think.
And for the Germans in the room, in Canada, it's hockey. Hockey is what in Germany is soccer. So if you're coming to Canada, be aware of that it is hockey. Earlier, Roger, you touched upon the fact that Canada is more and more becoming a technology country, a country where you not only sell into, but also do R&D. Can you both tell us a bit more about the industries or the technologies where you see the innovation you see that Canada has potential, or Canada has an upside in comparison to the rest of the world? So what's the new hot things in Canada?
I'll go first, because so there's quite a few. I think the one that we're looking at probably most at the moment is all the whole ecosystem around hydrogen and future fuels. If you have time, Hall 13, I think it is. There's some really interesting startup companies working together with universities who are bringing onto the market electrolyzers, fuel cells. Some of the early fuel cells were developed. One company in Toronto, which became ultimately part of Cummins, and another on the West Coast. Very early on, we're electrifying buses with fuel cells, that's just one thing where I think, some of the industries and technologies, they started 100 years ago or 50 years ago, and we're still doing them. But these are relatively new, where I think Canada came in at the beginning. So we're spending a lot of time at the moment looking at what's happening around hydrogen and how that's part of the whole energy transition in the future, and some really good companies. I think what we need to do is make sure that they stay Canadian. They don't get bought, and getting bought anyway happens all the time. But buy it and leave it in Canada. Don't buy it and move it somewhere else. So I think hydrogen is one I would pick up.
One that I would mention as well is battery. Battery production, so the precursor production, the cathode production, which is a process, and then the manufacturing of the cells and the modules. Lots of money is being invested, both in Quebec and in Ontario, but I also see now on the West Coast investments happening. This industry is an industry where Canada really on a global scale can lead. And with lead, I mean at least be part of the top 3. Yeah, we have the competence, we have the competent people. We have, of course, the raw material in the ground, but at this stage, it's still in the ground, that has to be said. And we have a tradition of manufacturing in Canada, which is what I notice when you walk around in Asia and in Europe. Canada is underestimated when it comes to its manufacturing capabilities. Machine building, for example, we have strong machine builders. Yeah? And this will all come into play in the battery sector.
I think there's other areas where I'm not personally involved, but I think in areas of healthcare and life science, there's some interesting things as well. But I think we're all following the same trend at the moment of the energy transition. So it's batteries, electric vehicles. And being just across the border from Detroit, Michigan, and all of the automotive industry, that spills over a lot into Canada. As Joris mentioned, there's a lot of machinery builders and line builders who are building lines here that go to Brazil, they go to Mexico, they go to the US, they go to China. We don't always recognize them. They're sometimes just below that radar, and they're doing good things as well every day.
This is amazing. You already gave me my next key.
It's almost like there's a script, but there isn't a script, is there?
No script. This is a fireside chat in our cottage. You mentioned the energy transition. So I'd like to take it a little bit into the sustainability side of things. Something that we know is more and more relevant in the world, more and more relevant in Germany, and also in Canada. Maybe you can explain a little bit what you're doing. I know Siemens, the whole booth is about sustainability.
Yeah, we are beyond making claims about sustainability. Now it's about providing the transparency. Siemens wants to be CO2 neutral in its own operations by 2030 and in the supply chain, the entire supply chain by 2050. But on top of that, we want to show quarter by quarter what progress we have made. And providing that information to our customers, who are also need to show to their stakeholders how sustainable they are in their processes. So it's now about providing the evidence, backing up the evidence with information, and not just making green claims and there is nothing behind it. These times are over.
Yeah, I think we're doing very similar things. I'm sure we're following very similar guidelines. And another example of that is going down to a product level and being able to say, this product is made of these materials, there's this amount of carbon used in the production of this component, so that our customers can then, when they've built their machine or their box, they're able to, estimate what went into that from our side as well. So that transparency on where products are made, we're doing that for ourselves. But ultimately, customers of ours are then able to use that to certify or stand by their products for the same reason. So, but there's the other bits of that as well, like the whole social responsibility and governance as well. So I think, I think if you come from a German company, there's already a certain governance and principles established. We didn't have to invent them, but the social side of being, part of a community and a city and a town is something we probably overlooked in the past, but now we're taking that much more seriously, I think, as well.
Thank you. And maybe we can take it a bit into what role Canada can play in the sustainability progress in the world as a country with a lot of green energy, with very high ESG standards. So maybe we can use that as a plug as well for doing business in Canada. What is the story about?
Well, I've seen here on the show, you've seen on many booths, the development of what is called the battery passport. Batteries will be important. We are moving to electric vehicles. At the end of the life of a car, what happens to that battery which weighs a ton? If it shows up on a landfill, then we, as a society, we haven't really got it. So we need to find a way to recycle those batteries. Tons and tons of batteries have to be recycled. In the European Union, they came up with the idea, let's attach to every battery a battery passport, which is a digital twin of the battery in the cloud. And so we can track it during the entire life cycle, what happens to that battery, and hold the car manufacturers' feet to the fire to ensure that this battery at the end of life is recycled. In North America, currently there is nothing. There is a vacuum on that part. Canada can play a leading role in setting the standard for the North American battery passport. And that's something that Siemens wants to help making happen.
I think, can I just say, I think that I think the batteries is one, but I just saw another example just yesterday, and it's on the Canadian Pavilion, I think in 12 or 13 or 12. There's a Canadian company which is finding new ways of processing, or the process by which the cathodes are made in the batteries, in a way that cuts out a whole bunch of steps in the production. So they're a relatively small startup with a really, really good idea, which could make the whole battery production process a lot quicker, involving less transportation costs around the world. So apart from, being the location where people like Volkswagen are going to build their batteries, there's some really smart stuff being done in how you refine that and make that a whole better process. So you can imagine some areas like my phone, it's been so engineered and designed, but batteries haven't for years and years. So there's a lot of work that can still go in and still goes in. And there's some Canadian companies playing a role in that right now.
Amazing. We talked a lot now about how great Canada is, so we do have to talk a little bit about challenges and obstacles. If a German company thinks about, or any European international company thinks about coming to Canada, what would you say they need to be aware of?
Well, I'll go. I'm going to get one in, and then but one of the things is we have to change this image that we're all about bears and hiking in the countryside and everything. Because sometimes the first time I talk to people, that's what they say. And I have to say, yes, but this, and this. So I think things like this, for example, everywhere you walk around here, you see Canada, changing that first image. I know it's not a serious image, but it does sometimes come up. I think, getting more out there with things like this is really important.
I couldn't agree more.
Did you? Even though we're in your cabin.
I know, but whenever I speak to people in Germany or in my network around the world, it's a very positive image about Canada. But as you say, it's the mountains, it's the mountain. Usually, it's Moose Mountain Mounties.
I already talked about the cultural differences. This is important. When a German company or European company comes to Canada, Canada is a huge country, 5 time zones. It's important, the location is a first very important call to make. And then it's important to see where do I have access to talented people? And do I need to be part of an ecosystem? There are ecosystems in Canada. They are in very particular locations. It's important to do your homework in what ecosystem should I be part of? And I go there and I make sure that I make those connections with colleges and universities so that people are comfortable joining my organization. It's very important to have access to talent, that people want to join your organization, especially in the location where you plan to be. It's not just about oh, it's cheap there, let's move there. Well, people also need to want to work with you, or for you.
I think the geography, the size of the country, and the fact that your customers are likely to be are fairly well spread out. That can be a bit daunting in the beginning. And I think it's not daunting if you're a Canadian, because that's just the way it is. But if you come out of a European country where you can drive from one side to the other in a couple of hours, it's daunting. But the thing, and I think this is something, that I didn't appreciate immediately, was there are networks to help you. The country, and especially in our area, it works on distribution partners, solution provider partners. And whereas in Europe, you might be, one-on-one dealing directly with a customer, in Canada, there's networks that will help you to get your products across the whole country. And you have to be open for that.
Yeah, and Yvonne, they should call you. Yeah, the German Canadian Chamber does great work, best in class. I mean, I've seen a number of other chambers active, and yeah, the German Chamber does a great job.
Yeah.
Thank you, and it's so much more authentic if the plug comes from you than it comes from me.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. You mentioned a little bit about the partners. We've talked about the industry and colleges. Are there other partners that you would recommend to work with or to look at?
I think I would mention NGen first of all. So NGen set up to help advanced manufacturing across the whole of Canada. So a great place if you're in the manufacturing world, a great place to start, I think. Great network, very well connected. Obviously, I would also mention the Canadian-German Chamber of Industry and Commerce and Industry. There's another one in the electrical automation world called the Electro Federation, which is a place where manufacturers and channel partners get together and discuss, nationwide business. Those are two that come to mind. I'm sure.
Yeah. I would like to add the organization, the team of Invest in Canada, led by Laurel Broughton, is doing a great job in promoting the capabilities and the good things and also the pitfalls of setting up shop in Canada. Then important is, in that ecosystem, there are a lot of small to mid-sized companies that have very talented people that will, you do not need to do everything yourself. You can outsource things to very competent people, and they are there for a reason, so you don't need to duplicate what they are doing. Make them your ally, work in partnerships. The collaboration in the ecosystem is absolutely key.
Yeah. Yeah, I think collaboration's a key word, actually. You don't have to do it all yourself. And that's sometimes European companies are not always doing it that way. But I think for us, we're very familiar with doing that already. So
we're back at the team approach. Team. Well, with that, I'm going to open the floor for a little while for questions, if there are any questions from the floor. Nobody? Okay, well then I'll continue my questions. Any advice if I'm a small and medium-sized European company and I'm looking to go to Canada, what would be the one thing you'd say I should do first? Except talking to me.
I don't. It's hard to think about. Call Yvonne. That would be the easy answer. I can't think of one.
Okay.
I think. Well, maybe it's that. Maybe I think it's the point that Joris made earlier. There are people here or there who have done it already, and I think most of us are all willing to help the newcomer. So don't think you have to rent a building, get an office, and show up and then start work. I think there are networks and organizations, and I would talk to as many people as possible before deciding where I locate myself, as Joris mentioned. Which where are the schools and colleges that are doing the programs that are giving the health scientists that I need to hire, for example. And I think that's the case of talking to a lot of people. And I think in Canada, you'll find all those people very happy to talk to you. In some countries, that's not always the same. So I think if someone's coming to join our market, and make a commitment and hire our kids, we're very happy to help them.
Yeah, if there would be one piece of advice is start with collaboration in mind right from the get-go. Many companies that want to come to Canada, they know what they don't know. They have their list. The pitfalls are, there are things you don't know that you don't know. And you only get this through conversation, to talking to other companies who have been on that journey. They will tell you there is also this and there's also that. And that is true, working with Invest in Canada, the German chamber, you find other companies that are in similar situations, that are a bit ahead of the journey, speak with them. Yeah. Build that trust. Yeah.
And don't just go to Toronto, because it's the only place you know. There's some really good things happening in Vancouver, Montreal, and that comes back to that question about, where is the ecosystem? Yeah. And that's a bit of research beforehand could save you a lot of money later on, I think.
Yeah. Do your homework.
Yeah, do your homework.
And you don't know what you don't know. My last question, and it can be a very quick answer. Where do you see the biggest opportunities? We talked about the EV, we talked about the hydrogen. We haven't mentioned AI yet. So what's the one thing in Canada where you see the biggest opportunity right now?
I think it's the world that my company is in. So it's the energy, it's the global energy transition, I think. I think us as a potential source of future carbon and other ammonium-based fuels, for example, the whole ability, hopefully, of our oil industry to pivot onto some of those things, I think that creates a huge opportunity. And then everything goes with it, electric vehicles, the charging infrastructure and everything. I think that right now, I mean, that's my world, so that's the one I see right in front of my eyes. That doesn't mean there's not another one that I don't know about, but that's what comes to my mind.
Great opportunity. I have kids that are in university or just leave university, is that their dream is to stay in Canada and not move south. That they say, Canada, that's the country where I can be an entrepreneur, I can join a great organization, I can start my business. That is the great opportunity. Make it, if Canada stays that country that is very livable, where the entrepreneurial spirit is there, then a great future awaits Canada. Absolutely.
That is a really nice thing to end with. Thank you so much to the two of you for joining me here in the cottage at the fireplace. I look forward to seeing you hopefully next year when Canada is partner country, 2025, in an even bigger booth. And maybe we can do this conversation again, and maybe by next year, some of the opportunities you just mentioned have already been developed. Thanks again. It was a pleasure to have you.
This is the end in fire, and we shall all burn together. Watch the flames climb high into the night, calling out, Father, oh, stand by and we will watch the flames burn over and on the mountainside. High. should die tonight. We should all die together. Raise a glass of wine for the last time. Holding out Father Road. Her Paris, we will watch the flames burn over and on the mountainside. Desolation comes upon the sky. Now I see fire inside the mountain. I see fire burning the trees. And I see fire hollow soul. I see fire burning the breeze. And I hope that you remember me. Surely I'll do the same. Confined in mountain holes, we got too close to the flame. Calling out fire, hold fast and we will watch the flames burn on and on the mountainside. Desolation comes upon the sky. Now I see fire inside the mountain. I see fire. Balanced by the pound, surely never act wild. very low key on the profile. Catching feelings is a no. Let me tell you how it goes. Curves the word, spins the verb. Loving it cause so freak what you heard. Rolling with the fatness, you never quite know what that is. You got to pay to play. Just for shorty bang bang to look your way. I like the way you work it. Top notch, trump tight every day. You're blowing my mind, baby, in time. Maybe I can get you in my ride. I like the way you
Everyone thinks they know Canada. Our national food comes out of a tree. This is sports, that's a road, and this is how we welcome newcomers. So, you think Canada can change the world? We will. Because energy, human and otherwise, energy that is sustainable, portable, shareable, capable, and other able words that no one's learned yet. Hear us out. It starts with 15.2 million tons of rare earth metals, plus the recycled ones that feed right into the world's #1 ranked lithium battery value chain. Batteries that will feature prominently in EVs that will be created by researchers and AI specialists ranked #3 in the world. EVs that will be built in factories using our automation and robotics, running on quantum and leaning on additive to reduce our dependence on metal things, make 12,000 kilometers and a very smelly boat ride away. All powered by the most abundant thing in the universe.
Hey guys!
No, hydrogen. Made in Canada at the world's largest green hydrogen production site, which is itself powered by our 41 million people qui parlent français et anglais et tous les autres. Which also makes us the most diverse workforce on planet Earth, with skilled geniuses who also kiss fish on purpose and proudly invented the denim tuxedo. We also invented insulin, un gros bras dans l'espace, le premier téléphone, and the one that fits in your pocket and occupies more of your life than your children, on which you scroll an average of 13.2 meters a day. If you're just tuning in now, H2, LI, EVs, AI, 3D, DEI, PNG, are why we should be friends, eh? But also because of the super secret tech we're working on, like and that's gonna put on the moon. We might even show you next year when we partner to host this thing. Not that one, this one.
Hi everyone, I'm François-Philippe Champagne, Canada's Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry. In 2025, Canada will be in the spotlight as partnered country at the Hannover Messe, the largest showcase of industrial technology in the world. Hannover Messe, c'est plus d'1/4 de million de visiteurs du monde entier qui viennent chaque année découvrir ce qu'il y a de nouveau dans les domaines de l'automatisation, de la fabrication, des applications d'énergie alternative, de la mobilité électrique et des solutions numériques, y compris, bien évidemment, l'intelligence artificielle. As host, we will be proud to show the world the leading research, technology, and manufacturing capabilities that Canada has to offer. Together with our highly skilled workforce, rich natural resources, and clean energy, Canada is quickly becoming the green supplier of choice to the world. Que vous soyez à la recherche de partenaires en innovation, de clients, de fournisseurs ou de travailleurs hautement qualifiés, Hannover Messe est l'endroit où faire des affaires. Our Team Canada partners at ICED, Global Affairs, NGen, and the German-Canadian Chamber of Commerce will be there to assist you. So join me at Hannover Messe this year and next as Canada takes center stage in the exciting world of advanced manufacturing. I look forward to see you there.
Hello, my name's Michael Smith. I'm the CEO at Z, and I'd like to take the next 5 minutes to tell you about a passion of mine. It's about equipment documentation. So if you guys don't know, absolutely everything that's not disposable comes with equipment documentation, whether it's the space shuttle, your car, or your drill. Why is creating it so complicated? For the most part, it's because manufacturers create a whole lot of equipment. Manufacturers also like to reuse parts across the different equipment, and so when they go to document it, they create exploded views like this. The challenge with these exploded views is it takes over an hour to create each one. Main reason is because you have to pay somebody to pull everything apart. And you have to do this for absolutely every part on every piece of equipment. So why is it that manufacturers struggle with this type of technical information? What we've been able to find is if you have a process where you have one vehicle, one piece of equipment, and you produce millions of copies of that, it's actually not that complicated. When you start hitting high mix, low volume orders, that's when things get really, really complicated. Our first customer was this company that you see over here on the left called Motrec. They had a high mix, low volume, which basically meant every single one of the machines that they produced was unique in some way. Either they could create standard documentation that didn't solve the customer's problem, as in the customer couldn't find the part that they needed for their equipment, or they'd create something very specific for each model, but then that eats into their profits and creates a big update problem because now you have a whole lot of stuff to update. Secondly, as we see manufacturers growing, their processes don't necessarily grow at the same speed. So people have workflows on the side, they start adding on tools, and in the end, it just creates a little bit of a mess. So what that generates is the content support teams or customer support becomes oversubscribed. Too many emails, too many phone calls, they don't know where to find the information. So what we like to kind of propose here is a solution that allows a manufacturer to get away with everything that they used to do that caused this problem in the first place and create content that actually scales very well that customers love. It looks like this. So we worked with a company, another Montreal company called Tega. And believe it or not, this is actually their spare part catalog. What we did is we eliminated all of the back and forth between different file formats. Turns out that if you have a 3D model, publishing a 3D model is much easier than trying to pull it out and explode it into different systems. How does it work? I mean, I'm keeping this relatively short and simple, but we optimized the 3D models for the web. Basically, a SolidWorks or CATIA file doesn't load in the web, so we have developed our own proprietary, I guess you could say, algorithm to convert that into a web-friendly format, but still respect all the engineering, assemblies and parts, so that to make sure that it's easy to update. Secondly, we sync that to the cloud. The reason why we do the first step before syncing it to the cloud is oftentimes manufacturers have confidential information they don't actually want to send off of their premise. So we use that step on premise to clean the model so that whatever we sync to the cloud is safe. Finally, we augment it with data. So if you think about what communicating technical information is, it's basically the same visual cue, but the information you need at different stages of the manufacturing process changes. So engineering needs to produce a design file for purchasing, manufacturing needs to assemble the equipment, and then service needs to support it. But the information that each step needs is actually quite different. So we augment the model with service information when producing a spare part catalog. Yes, we support all the native CAD file formats. This also addresses another concern that we met along the course of this project. Oftentimes, when you export CAD files to go to the web, you have to zip everything. You have to create this unupdatable package. When I mentioned before that we maintain the model structure when processing the files for the web, it makes it so that we can update one part at a time. Good manufacturers, we use a lot of parts, which means when one part changes, we can update the entire product documentation with one go. Very high-level platform overview. You have an organization with workspace. So if you have a multinational company with several divisions that don't talk to each other, there's absolutely no problem. You can segment your data across those divisions. However, we expect that most manufacturers have one organization and sync their data to one workspace. Within that, we then have applications. We have two primary applications. One is to create technical illustrations that you could use to publish work instructions, service bulletins, author illustrations for your repair manuals, and instruction sheets. The other one is the one I've been talking about so far, which is parts. That's really where we start looking at combining and augmenting data. Finally, come visit our booth in Hall 17 if you want to know more. I've been watching a lot of presentations today, and I thought I'd keep this one really short and sweet. So if spare part catalogs are something that's a problem for you or any of your friends, come see us at Hall 17, please, and we'd love to show you what else we've been up to. Thank you very much.
This is you and fire, and we should all burn together. Watch the flames climb high into the night, calling out Father, stand by and we will watch the flames burn over and on the mountainside. And if we should die tonight, we should all die together. Raise a glass of wine for the last time, calling out Father, prepare as we will watch the flames burn over and on the mountainside. Desolation comes upon the sky. Now I see fire, it's love and balanced by the pound. Surely never act wild, very low key on the profile. Catching feelings is a no. Let me tell you how it goes. Curves the word, spins the verb. Loving it cause so freak what you heard. Rolling with the fatness, you never quite know what that is. You got to pay to play, just for shorty bang bang to look your way. I like the way you work it, top notch, trump tight every day. You're blowing my mind, baby, in time. Maybe I can get you in my ride. I like the way you work it, no diggity. Bag it up now. I like the way you work it, no diggity. I'm about to bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity. I'm about to bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity. I'm about to bag it up. I like the way you work it. 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 Bag it up now. I like the way you work it. 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 Bag it up now. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. Damn, that girl looks good. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. Hey yo, hey yo. Bag it up now. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. Damn, that girl looks good. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket. I'm hunting, looking for a come up. This is freaking awesome. Now I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket. I'm hunting, looking for a come up. This is freaking awesome. Now I'm gonna pop some tags. No diggity, about to bag it up. Yeah, I'm gonna pop some tags. No diggity, about to bag it up. Now I'm gonna pop some tags. No diggity, about to bag it up. Yeah, I'm gonna pop some tags. No diggity, about to bag it up. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. Damn, that girl looks good. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. Damn, that girl looks good. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. I'm gonna pop some tags. No diggity, about to bag it up. Yeah, I'm gonna pop some tags. No diggity, got sick this morning. A sea was storming inside of me. Baby, I think I'm capsizing. The waves are rising and rising. And when I get that feeling, I want sensual healing. Sensual healing is good for me. Makes me so fine. It's such a rush. Helps to relieve the mind. And it's good for us. Sensual healing, baby. It's good for me. Sensual healing is something that's good for me. Open up and let me in. Darling, you're so free. I can't wait to operate. My man said, open up and let me in. Darling, you're so free. I can't wait to operate. Baby, open up and let me in. It's getting stronger and stronger. Baby, open up and let me in. I can't wait to operate. Can't wait to operate, baby. I can't wait to operate. Baby, open up and let me in. I can't wait to operate.
Didn't I want you good? Maybe we couldn't help it. Maybe we never should. Didn't I say it's wrong? Didn't I make it clear? Is it unfair to ask you? Why is yours still here? Cut your teeth on the ladder of answers and come back home when it don't feel the same. Well, I've read words onto a page for you, and you never knew my name.
Billions of miles from home. Hear the swelling, swimming home. When I'm running with the thunder, the bleed from thorns leave a light, a light on.
Hi, everybody. Back in the cabin again with a couple of my favorite friends here, Buster the Beaver and Patricia Elliott from Ministry Councilor from Canada's Embassy here in Germany in Berlin. Patricia, tell us a little bit about what you do on a day-to-day basis if you're not here at Hannover Messe.
Happy to do that, Jay, but I would point out that my badge when I got it says that I work for NextGen. So I've joined your team.
Well, you actually do, so thanks a lot for all the help.
So my role at the embassy is I manage the trade and investment team here in Germany. So we have a team in Berlin, we have a team in Munich, and we have a team in Dusseldorf. And what we do is we connect Canadian companies with opportunities here in Germany. And we work with Canadian companies that are looking to do business here in Germany. And we also do foreign investment. So I have a team also that works with German companies that are looking to set up business back in Canada. So that's essentially what we do. We're 29 here in Germany, and our team is divided by sectors. So you'll have somebody like Arndt that does hydrogen and clean technology, and I'll have other officers that do ICT, that do transportation, that do smart cities. So they're each responsible for a sector writ large across Germany and working with Canadian companies from coast to coast to coast across Canada.
Well, you have a great team here in Germany, and it must be one of the busiest posts that Canada has abroad, just because of all the interest, especially with Europe, with CETA, but particularly with Germany, and I would imagine and across the technology sectors as well.
Absolutely. I arrived in Berlin at the end of August of last year, and just the sheer level of interest from whether it's German companies looking to do business with Canadians, whether it's the institutions, the Fraunhofer, the Humboldt, the Max Planck, looking for R&D partnerships, or in German companies looking to set up a business in Canada. I've worked out of Hong Kong, I've worked out of our consulate in Los Angeles, and I've never seen this degree of interest. In our foreign investment officers say the same thing. They've never seen it this busy, this fast paced, which is great. It's great for us, it's great for Canadian companies, because we have this high degree of interest, and it's allowing us to match that interest with Canadian capabilities and capacity. And I did mention that we're 29. If you give me Buster, we'll be an even 30.
Yeah, no way. Buster's with us. You do a lot, as you say, support for exporters here, and business leads, generating business leads, attracting investment back to Canada. Also connecting innovation partnerships, looking at some of the accelerator centers that here in Germany as well. But it's not for everyone, and companies should be ready to be in the market. What do you look for in terms of company capabilities to actually do business and ready to export, ready to develop those innovation partnerships, for instance, here in Germany or in any market?
Well, it almost goes back to our regional offices in Canada. And I've worked both in our regional office in Vancouver, and then I managed the prairies in the Northwest Territories. And our team in those offices, they'll sit down with companies that come to us and express an interest in a particular market. And we go through, a certain amount of questions, like, what is it that you're trying to sell? Is it a technology? Is it a good? What kind of capacity you have? Do you have the capacity, if we connect you in with a company, to actually deliver on what it is that you're trying to sell? What kind of international business experience does your management team have? And then what's your business plan? When they come to us, like if they come to us about Germany, or when I was in Hong Kong, is why have you picked Hong Kong? Why have you picked Germany? What is it about this market? And we'll walk them through that. And we actually consider it a success if we tell a company this is the wrong market for you. It could be that the market's saturated with what it is you're trying to sell. It could be that you're not cost competitive for various reasons. But what we can also do, because we're 1,000 of us around the world in various embassies and high commission and consulates, is we can connect you in with other colleagues. This makes more sense in Vietnam. This makes more sense in Australia. This makes more sense in Boston. So what we do is work with the company to make sure that they're going to succeed, because the last thing that we want to do is bring them into a situation where they either don't have the capacity to deliver, or it's just not going to sell. But that's all, between our colleagues across Canada in the offices and the officers overseas, that's something that we can definitely work with them on. And in some cases, maybe they're missing a partner to complete what it is that they're looking to achieve. We can also connect them in sometimes with other institutions, both in Canada and overseas. We have a S&T, Science and Technology Agreement with Germany now for over 50 years, and we have 1,500 projects that have been completed that. So sometimes it's a matter of finding an institution on the R&D side. It's not so much finding a distributor or client, but it's looking for someone to help you close that loop.
And this is, first of all, I think that service is really invaluable, particularly for a company, as you say, that, maybe looking to expand here. Having that advice about maybe not for you is even more valuable. It saves a lot of time, saves a lot of money, but the connections, the leads that are generated, and all this comes free.
Absolutely. That's one thing, when we're talking to people, because we do have some of our colleagues, the US, it is a fee-based service, Austrade in Australia, but in Canada, it is something that we provide without a fee. But what's interesting, and you mentioned that outcomes, because we track that in our CRM. So when we're connecting a company in, we can track from the moment that we first start engaging with them to providing them with a lead, to them getting an MOU, signing an NDA, to a commercialized deal being done. So we can go back, and we do have to go back every year to Parliament and tell them exactly what we've achieved. And we are able, through that tracking system, to say for every dollar that's invested in a trade commissioner overseas, it generates $27 back into the economy, which is, we need to be able to tell that story. When we're asking for money, or when we're, talking about what we do and why we do it, that's a really good story to tell.
It's a fantastic story, and Trade Commissioner Service is such an asset for Canadian businesses too. One last question, maybe reflecting on Hanover. You and your team have just been spectacular to work with here in helping us organize Hanover 2024, and of course we're now in the stages we're beginning to plan for Hanover 2025. First of all, what have your impressions been of the fair here? I know it's for everybody, even someone who's come back a multitude of times every year is kind of overwhelming. But what are your impressions, and how important is Hanover, do you think, for what you're doing at the embassy and establishing better relationships between Canada, Germany, but Canadian business and German business?
Well, first of all, my impressions, it's my first Hanover. You know, I've attended trade shows in various parts of the world, CES and Vegas, and I thought that was a big show. It kind of pales in comparison to here, but it's not until you come here and you understand the size and scope, but also when you're walking through the pavilions and you see the sheer amount of innovation that's out there and this trend towards the green transition, you really see the emphasis here, and it's heartwarming to see some of the technologies that's being developed. I'm also very heartened to see that it is quite normal now to see women in business suits and running shoes. We no longer try and do this in any kind of heels, so I'm heartened by that as well. But even when we brought the ambassador here, you know, I'd been speaking to him since I arrived in August about this, and you know, he was kind of looking at us, and, you know, he only just arrived in the fall, and, you know, it's one of his 4 priorities in terms of deliverables this year. And when he got here on Monday, we drove through the front gate, we drove and we drove and we drove, and we finally got here, and he was meeting all the different Canadian companies in this pavilion, e-mobility, the hydrogen fuel cells, and the digital. And late in the afternoon, he turned to me and he's like, I get it. I understand now. I understand the importance and what we're doing, which has been really, and it's the same thing for me. You know, so we've been talking to a lot of Canadian companies, and we have a B2B platform, so my team has been working with that, and we've been talking with them all in the last few days, like what's worked, what hasn't, what can we do better. So really looking forward, you know, to next year as we're hoping to have more companies, how can we refine that even more? And, you know, how can we, when we have some of our colleagues coming in from markets outside of Germany, I mean, it's not just my team here. We have colleagues from, you know, other parts of Europe, and we're hoping to have from, you know, maybe Asia Pacific, Indo-Pac, and that. How do we connect their contacts in with the Canadian companies? So it's not just a matter of my team here in Germany connecting, but it's our network around the world that's connecting in. So it's very important for us because it just offers Canadian companies so many opportunities to connect in and build their businesses and make the deals that they need to grow.
I think that network of trade commissioners around the world is so important in supporting that. You know, you're here to do business on a global basis. It just makes sense to have that the support of TCS there as well. But you know, I again just thank you so much for all the support, and it's one of the pieces of feedback I've had from all of our exhibitors is how wonderful it is to have embassy staff, the ambassador, of course, trade commissioners here to help them along the way. And so thank you, and just really look forward to planning next steps in Hanover 2025.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Good. Thanks, Patricia, for dropping in.
Oh, you got one water, okay. That's first, you. But I guess I need.
You want to sit in the middle? Sit in the middle and. Hey, if you want to sit.
Good afternoon. Alberta's the topic this afternoon, and I got a couple of gentlemen with here who are going to tell you a lot about what's going on in the innovation area in Alberta. So here we are at the Canada Pavilion in Hall 7, and I want to introduce Dave Wobbling of Innovate Alberta and Matt Cornall of Innovate Alberta, and Alberta Innovates, I'm sorry. And Matt, I think you're going to start by showing us a little bit more, right?
I am. Thanks, Frank. So Alberta Innovates, we are the Crown Corporation of the province of Alberta, so the government of Alberta. We've been around for a long, long time. We actually have quite a sizable corporation in Alberta, quite a sizable operating budget, over nearly 600 employees and across various locations. We actually go all the way back to the 1920s. That's me and Dave in the back left corner there on that screen over there. But no, back in the day, we were the Alberta Research Council. And since then, we've been obviously an integral part of the Alberta economy, helping companies and research to move forward. This is kind of the crux of the slide I wanted to actually kind of focus on. It's kind of the role that we play. Obviously, we're here at things like Hannover Messe supporting people like NGen. It's kind of one part of our main role. In addition to being a funding service provider that a lot of people and companies will know us for, a lot of our work is this collaboration piece, the piece in the middle. And obviously the first piece there as well about being a connector and actually really helping companies to connect with research departments, with entities like NGen, with Trade Commissioner Service, with potential new clients in Alberta and across the globe. And a good example of this, I actually work in the Entrepreneurial Investments Department. A lot of the companies you'd have seen around from Alberta are some of our clients that we've funded to be here. And this is kind of part of our general goal of what we do, which is kind of into the 3 C's, which is coaching, community, and capital. So in addition to the coaching support that we provide to these growing small and medium-sized enterprises that have new and novel technology, we also want to make sure that we're building that wider community, working with amazing stakeholders like NGen. And also the other side of it is we do have programs that offer non-dilutive capital, which we know can be so important for early stage and developing companies. And this is a good slide. Back in the day, we used the paper aeroplane to kind of visually show the client journey and all the parts that we play in it. So obviously, we work right the way through from almost ideation stage with our stakeholders all the way through to establishing leading companies. So we cover really the whole gambit. And there's another good example. So the programs that I particularly work on shows you kind of like our kind of sweet spot there, but also to kind of really illustrate the bridge to private capital at the end. The fact that even after we finish our programs, we don't stop there. We do obviously want to continue to be a part of that. And obviously, Dave's going to talk a bit about Innotech and some of the work they do, but we obviously work a lot with a lot of the big end-use clients as well. And this is kind of just one of the last slides I wanted to lead on. Is kind of just a little bit about our philosophy about why we try and do this. The idea being that actually, you know, with strong networks, you actually help build better companies, better communities, and how it's not just about focusing on one little bit. It really is a win-win-win, and that's why we're delighted to be here with people like NGen, people like the Trade Commissioner Service, because when we all work together, that helps lift the province forward. And my last slide before I pass over to my esteemed colleague, Dr. Dave over here, is a shameless plug for our wonderful innovations conference that we have every year in Ventures, held every year, end of May in Calgary. So this year it is May 29th to the 31st. So if anyone is fancying a trip from Hannover over to the wonderful province of Alberta, I would suggest coming and talking to us, and we can encourage you to attend Inventors, which is going to be a fantastic event again this year. And with that, I will pass you over to Dave.
Thanks, Matt. So I'm going to talk about Innotech Alberta. So this is the Applied Research and Development arm of Alberta Innovates. And so basically, we are an applied research and development organization, and really for more than 100 years, we've worked with all kinds of different stages of companies, with academia, with other ecosystem organizations. And we've really tried to follow an applied research model where we support companies where they need support, and we really look to develop technology and then deploy it into the real world industry. So if you just pick a few numbers on here, and it's kind of small to see the slide, but we've had a return of investment of over 4-to-1 private to public investment, and we've improved GDP by over $805 million and created more than 316 jobs in 2022-2023. So really, we were over 100 years, basically. I think Matt alluded to that. So we've been around for quite a long time. We started out as Alberta Research Council, had a brief time as Alberta Innovates Technology Futures, and now we're Innotech Alberta. And we have world-class facilities over 6 sites, 5 in Alberta and 1 in Victoria. We have over a million square feet of research and lab space, 600 acres of farmland, and over 118 million in innovation infrastructure. We have a broad depth of expertise, specifically within Innotech Alberta, the R&D side. We have over 230 staff, and many of our staff members have PhDs or masters, and we're really looking to have experts in the industry. So we broadly span 5 different verticals. We work in energy, environment, bioindustrial, applied chemistry services, and advanced materials and monitoring, and that's the area that I represent. And sort of within these verticals, we touch on many, many different areas of interest to both Alberta industries and industries within Canada. So just a few specific areas we work on. So we look at technology research, development, and deployment. So that's really looking at how do we apply technology, whether it's developed in-house or it's partnered with a university or a small company with great technology. We look at de-risking, scaling, and pilot demonstration. And so we might build a pilot plant, we might facilitate a field trial, we might de-risk say a third-party technology. We do a lot of analytical testing and monitoring. We're looking at testing around hydrocarbons. We're building a hydrogen quality center where we're looking to qualify hydrogen as a fuel standard. And then we do a lot of other materials and mechanical testing. And then finally, innovation and advanced technologies. And so we do have a focus on cross-sectional applied advanced research and development. And so we do actually develop new technologies internally or maybe try to get things that started in a university and are kind of languishing in the valley of death over that finish line where it might be de-risked enough for a company to want to take up the mantle of that. And how do we work with clients? Really, we do both market pull and market push. So sometimes a client will approach us with a problem and we're looking to help them solve it using our unique testing facilities and people. And sometimes it is a push. So we're developing a brand new technology in Innotech where we think it's going to be valuable to the market, and we take it to a certain level, and then we're looking to kind of release it into the ecosystem and try to get it over the finish line. So I want to talk about 3 main areas that we do that are kind of interest to Hannover and to the companies here. We have lots of other research projects, so I couldn't talk about them all. First one is kind of close to my heart. So the work that I work in is mainly additive manufacturing. And so we have kind of a focus on material development, additive manufacturing with new materials, and also looking at those first field trials or first parts to actually get them into the real world. And so if you're looking to deploy at a company and maybe you're looking to do that first field trial, we can kind of help with the process around why I should use additive or why shouldn't I, what technology should I use, and we can even produce some of the initial parts. So we have both kind of smaller 3D printing with a laser powder bed system, and then a larger system that's a WAM system, so wire arc additive manufacturing. We also have the only ultrasonic powder atomizers. We can actually make custom powder blends using this equipment. And we work with a lot of universities that are developing new materials, and or small companies where we might look at, okay, how do I buy a high entropy alloy? What composition should I buy? And if you're looking for high entropy alloys, you can't find them in the real world. And so, but we can make 5 kilograms of it in order to test out in your process. Another area we look in is carbon fiber production. And so one of the real barriers to carbon fiber adoption in industry is that the precursors for carbon fiber are very, very expensive. So the PAN precursors, it's a specialty chemical, and it's very expensive, and that's a lot of your cost in carbon fiber production. And so we've actually developed new technologies taking bitumen that is mined in the oil sands and actually taking that tarry bottoms out that really you don't want to burn anyways, and finding a great non-combustion use for this. And so we've developed at kind of a research level a process to use these bottom level tars and process them into carbon fiber. And this gives us a feedstock that is about 1/10 of the cost of the conventional feedstock. And so this year we're actually building a pilot plant so we can kind of move from grams to kilograms of carbon fiber using this feedstock. And we're set up for kind of all the mechanical testing and evaluation to try to make this carbon fiber. And one of the things I did in Hannover was try to talk to as many carbon fiber users to see maybe we're looking to find partners here for demonstration with our new technology and new materials. Then the final one is in our hydrogen area. And so we have a growing research area in hydrogen production, hydrogen use, and hydrogen testing. And so really we're developing the people, facilities, and solutions to offer this as a really turnkey one-shop type offering. And so we have quite a few hydrogen testing facilities set up at our various sites. We do pipeline testing, we do carbon fiber production, hydrogen product specification, materials testing. We also look at CO2 sequestration and CO2 capture. So we actually have a field pilot set up right next to a natural gas power plant in Calgary. And so we're actually able to take CO2 from a natural gas power plant and look at the best way to sequester this CO2. We're also rapidly developing our hydrogen quality center, and that's looking with what are the kind of tests we should do on a point source of hydrogen in order to validate that, hey, this would look good, this would work well in a fuel cell, or this would work well in another application. So that's another area of interest for us. So really that sums it up. This is Initech Alberta, so we're applied R&D in Edmonton, and I'm happy to take some questions.
No, thank you, Matt and Dave. You know, you kind of got at one of my questions was going to see, you know, like who knew that Alberta was doing such wonderful research and, you know, pushing the boundaries of technology. And, you know, why don't you expand a little bit more, Dave? Why don't you start about, you know, what makes Hanover a target for you and why you're here? Give us a little bit more on that.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Hanover is so broad, and I think one of the areas that really interested me is that Initech does a very broad range of research. And so it's a nice place where people come together and you can talk to a carbon fiber manufacturer, you can talk to a hydrogen producer, hydrogen testing, you can talk to an additive manufacturing company, robotics, automation. I was talking to a hemp company. We do fiber from hemp as one of our agricultural type products. And so it really is a nice one-stop shop for all of these interesting companies. I also really liked the fact that we had some great Canadian small companies here. So I met a ton of companies, some from Calgary that I had never met before, right? So, and I'm just up in Edmonton. So I agree with sometimes you have to go to Germany to meet that great innovative company from Calgary, right?
And I think for me as well, it's also fantastic for us to meet like-minded entities from around the world. We've had some fantastic meetings. Big shout out to Svenja from the Government of Alberta's trade team, who's been fantastic in helping us connect with other regions and other parts of the world and from other countries who, again, are interested in that. I know me and Dave were talking to Anolia from Belgium yesterday as an example, and it's quite interesting to see that how they do their research and development, particularly around hydrogen, is in a very similar sort of model to how Initech works. So again, there's some potentials there, and if we'd not come here to Hannover Messe, we probably never made that connection. So now we have a connection that we could follow up with, and who knows, when we come back for Canada hosting a host country of Hannover 2025, maybe we'll have the works for project there or something like that to move forward with.
Yeah, it's funny, each one of you keep alluding to the next question I was going to have. So, which is great, so, well, we spoke about 2025, okay? And why don't you tell maybe some people on the fence about coming or not, what would you advise them, Dave?
Yeah, I think it's really worth it because there's something for everybody here, right? So it doesn't really matter what your company does or what organization you're with. That there's great companies, there's great potentials for collaboration and just meeting the folks from NGen. It's really, really nice to spend time and put some faces to the names here. There's lots of great government connections as well. So it's really just, you're able to meet everyone from within the ecosystem and kind of build those face-to-face connections that are so important, right? So I've sent emails to many folks that are here that you maybe meet for the first time, and you build that team and that connection with them with these in-person interactions.
Would you add anything to that, Matt?
Yeah, obviously, as Dave said, great connections for companies around the world, but also academia, also institutions. And for me, the old adage is there's no substitute for just being there. And even one of the things I often find on these missions is some of the best connections are Canadian or Albertan companies kind of connecting with people who might be 10 minutes away down down the Hendy in Edmonton, and actually those connections can be fantastic. I know, for example, Dave was connecting to one of my colleagues' client companies, and we have a great program called Amphi, and it looks like there might be a really good Amphi project that came out of that, and that just came about talking at this NGen booth and just talking about the type of projects that my clients were working with, and then Dave was like, well, actually Initech can do that. So in addition to the amazing opportunities globally, there's fantastic opportunities to really build the bonds within Alberta, but also across Canada, which is, Frank, you and your team have been so fantastic at actually helping bring all the regions together as well. So again, if people want to expand their business just across Canada, come to a show like this, because NGen will help make you really feel like Team Canada.
Well, thank you on that. And I wanted to offer a little comment on myself. Is I'm not from Alberta, maybe I'm actually from Ottawa. Some people go, oh my God, but I want to say that Alberta. We grew up thinking Alberta is a really energy producer of Canada, and still is. But there's also a real desire to diversify and innovate, and I see really, really great future for Alberta. I thank you guys, and hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
Thanks so much, Frank.
Thank you, Frank.
Everyone thinks they know Canada. Our national food comes out of a tree. This is sports, that's a road, and this is how we welcome newcomers. So, you think Canada can change the world? We will, because energy, human and otherwise, energy that is sustainable, portable, shareable, capable, and other able words that no one's learned yet. Hear us out. It starts with 15.2 million tons of rare earth metals, plus the recycled ones that feed right into the world's #1 ranked lithium battery value chain. Batteries that will feature prominently in EVs that will be created by researchers and AI specialists ranked #3 in the world. EVs that will be built in factories using our automation and robotics, running on quantum and leaning on additive to reduce our dependence on metal things, make 12,000 kilometers and a very smelly boat ride away. all powered by the most abundant thing in the universe.
Hey guys!
No, hydrogen. Made in Canada at the world's largest green hydrogen production site, which is itself powered by our 41 million people qui parlent français et anglais et tous les autres. Which also makes us the most diverse workforce on planet Earth, with skilled geniuses who also kiss fish on purpose and proudly invented the denim tuxedo. We also invented insulin, un gros bras dans l'espace, le premier téléphone, and the one that fits in your pocket and occupies more of your life than your children, on which you scroll an average of 13.2 meters a day. If you're just tuning in now, H2, LI, EVs, AI, 3D, DEI, PNG are why we should be friends, eh? But also because of the super secret tech we're working on, like and that's gonna put on the moon. We might even show you next year when we partner to host this thing. Not that one, this one.
Hi everyone, I'm François-Philippe Champagne, Canada's Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry. In 2025, Canada will be in the spotlight as partnered country at the Hannover Messe, the largest showcase of industrial technology in the world. Hannover Messe, c'est plus d'un quart de million de visiteurs du monde entier qui viennent chaque année découvrir ce qu'il y a de nouveau dans les domaines de l'automatisation, de la fabrication, des applications d'énergie alternative, de la mobilité électrique et des solutions numériques, y compris, bien évidemment, l'intelligence artificielle. As host, we will be proud to show the world the leading research, technology, and manufacturing capabilities that Canada has to offer. Together with our highly skilled workforce, rich natural resources, and clean energy, Canada is quickly becoming the green supplier of choice to the world. Que vous soyez à la recherche de partenaires en innovation, de clients, de fournisseurs ou de travailleurs hautement qualifiés, Hannover Messe est l'endroit où faire des affaires. Our Team Canada partners at ICED, Global Affairs, NGen, and the German-Canadian Chamber of Commerce will be there to assist you. So join me at Hannover Messe this year and next as Canada takes center stage in the exciting world of advanced manufacturing. I look forward to see you there.
Don't be sad, don't you cry, just let go of your pain. And when you fall asleep, no tomorrow, new day. Don't be sad, don't you cry, just let go of your pain. And when you fall asleep, no tomorrow, new day. Tonight I'm moving like tonight I'm dancing like
So I think this should be on, but we'll wait for the music.
Henry?
Welcome back to the cabin. I'm joined here by a couple of close friends, Buster the Beaver and Marco Siebert. Marco is the head of international affairs, a real leader here at Deutsche Messe at Hannover Messe. Marco, thanks so much for the partnership.
Yes.
Marco is also a good friend of mine. We met in 2011 here at the fair. So great to have you drop into the cottage.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's very nice sitting here in this busy show, but very much relaxed place, sitting at the fire. I need to have a Canadian whiskey.
Well, that's at four.
That will be nice.
That's at happy hour. Just another half hour.
Yeah, but this wonderful maple cookies will help me.
Yeah, the maple cookies are excellent. And apologies because the fire can get a little hot up here.
Oh, so I better take a cool beer.
Yeah.
Okay. No, Jay, thank you so much, and thank you for having me here at this wonderful pavilion, Canadian pavilion. And great to have this large group of Canadians here in Hannover this year. And the pavilion's looking great. They're busy. People doing business on site. Already they did, and they're continuing doing this. And it's wonderful for them.
Yeah, a lot of our exhibitors found the business opportunities here just remarkable.
Yeah.
And it's a real global show, and it's a show to do business.
Exactly. It's really a global show, and it's growing, still growing. We are having about 4,000 exhibitors from all over the world here in Hanover, covering all technologies. So Hannover Messe is a horizontal show. So really from the smallest sensor up to the largest robotic solutions, software IT, artificial intelligence, quantum technologies are represented here. And we have about 60% of all exhibitors are coming from abroad, from other countries. I think there's no other show in the world can displaying that. And very much interesting is the participation regarding the visitors, which is important for your exhibitors, coming from about 170 countries.
It's really an international show, and on Monday, the first day of the fair itself, we had the climate change minister, the envoy from the United Arab Emirates, Prime Minister visited, looked around, met a number of companies, and she'll be following up there. So great opportunities here.
Exactly.
This is day 4 now of the Messe, and you must be exhausted first of all, because there's a lot
less sleep.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here, but you're also very happy about what's happened this year and the success of the show. Norway is the partner country. Tell us a little bit about maybe a little bit of behind the scenes, some of the great things that you've seen going on this week.
I think, I just mentioned the development regarding AI technologies and the quantum technologies, of course, especially quantum we are just in the beginning of see what can happen. And so this is one thing. Giving you an example, our winner of the Hermes Award, which is, I call it the industry Oscar, the company is called Schunk, and they developed a robot who can grab different individual things driven by artificial intelligence, like a hand already. And as we know in the past, it has to be structured in different boxes, that the robot has always the same size and something. This is driven by artificial intelligence. This robot hand can grab different sizes. You can mix it in one box. He already knows how to grab it like this, left or right. And the interesting point, I talked to the Schunk guys, and they said to me, Marco, 1 year ago, we weren't able to do this. So in 1 year, they developed a complete new innovation. It's amazing.
It really is amazing, and that has been a challenge for manufacturers. That random pick and place bin, like random bin robots that can do that. It really was an amazing technology, and all of the award winners, the Hermes Award winners here, fantastic, fantastic companies. That's a good example of why a Canadian company would want to come here. It's not only to do business, but it's also to see some of the leading edge technologies.
Exactly. Hannover Messe is a combination of exhibition, of course, selling products, but on the other side, it's a place for knowledge transfer. So we have a huge conference program, panels, conference forums, workshops, seminars, so that the visitors and also the exhibitors can visit the different conferences and see what are my competitors are doing. So if you come from Toronto or from Montreal, they can see what are my competitors doing in Japan, in Korea, in South America, in other parts of the world.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that's there are many reasons to come to Hanover. One of them, in particular, especially on Thursday and Friday, is to meet all of these students that are wandering the fair too.
Yes.
And I know that your son Henry is here.
Yeah, Henry is just sitting over there.
Yes,
he's
Henry, come and give a wave.
So that's interesting. The students, yes, we are open for students, and this is amazing. He's becoming 17 now. He's very interested in technology, and this is the exact timing to bring those young people here to see what happens. We need lawyers, we need economic people, but we need engineers, developers.
Yeah, people who can actually make things and keep those engineers or keep those lawyers and and economists employed here too. So we're going to be meeting tomorrow, doing a little bit of planning about Hanover 2025.
Yes.
And we've got lots and lots of things we want to talk to you about, big ambitions for 2025.
Yeah.
From your perspective, what do you see for next year? What are your kind of objectives? What would make a successful MESA next year?
Everything what Canada can deliver. So if we start research and science, I mentioned quantum technologies, Canada is ready to go. In 1 year, we will see a lot of new things. Artificial intelligence, that's one thing. The other thing I didn't mention is, of course, energy solutions, energy transition, especially energy supply. Let me just mention hydrogen supply. Now we are talking about hydrogen produced by the conventional technologies, blue hydrogen and something like this. I trust next year we can much more tell the people success stories in collaboration regarding green hydrogen. This is one of the driving process we have already, and the industry needs green hydrogen. And I'm so happy having Canada as a partner country to cover all of these different technologies.
Yeah, and we've been also talking to Norway, and I think there's some great opportunities for us to partner with Norway and have some partnerships here next year because again, it's a global fair, but business is global too. And when we were looking or asking some of our trade commissioners from Norway about the great capabilities they have, they're saying, but some of these projects Canada's also involved in it, and particularly when it comes to hydrogen, hydro, all of these great clean tech or clean energy sources.
Yeah, and Canada has a huge market here in Europe. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we as Germans, we need your green and also blue hydrogen, of course. Yeah, it's a bridge. We are walking over a bridge right now. And let me just mention, it's amazing. I'm responsible for partner country. We're working together, Jay, since 2011. And Norway is partner country. And I'm realizing that Norway is doing business with Canada, investment in Canada. And Canada is doing business with Norway. So that's how it works. Yeah. Networking, transatlantic partnership is living.
Well, and we've been so fortunate, though, to talk about Canada as a partner country here, because we've known that since September of 2022 when Chancellor Schultz came over and you were there, and when he delivered the invitation to Prime Minister Trudeau there. Tell me a little bit about your job, which is a fascinating job here. But you're the guy that makes all of these deals work.
When I'm sitting together with friends or new friends somewhere at the bar in the pub, and they're asking me, "What are you doing?" to explain my job in a few sentences, very, very challenging. And the first thing I say is, I'm a bridge builder. Yeah, I'm discovering new technologies around the world, meeting with people in Canada and other parts of the world to identify who is the prospective country to become partner country, which Canada is. And we're looking forward to this. So this is one part of my job. The other part is we are talking about technology. but it's all about people. That's what we have learned during the COVID time. It's all about people working together, joining forces in a free, liberal world, and working together. And this is my job, to bring people together, technologies together, and to create win-win situations in business.
Well, couldn't have said it better. And Hanover is such an inviting place to come as well. I think one of the maybe too inviting, because I think our exhibitors have all had a lot of fun, especially
Yes.
at the Canadian reception on Tuesday night. But
I heard about it.
Yeah. I think some haven't recovered yet, or at least I haven't, from what I can remember anyway. But it really is true, and one of the things that we found is how much business is being done among the Canadian delegation here. Companies meeting each other, people from companies meeting each other that they didn't know, existed before, and understanding what they can do, and now looking at partnering here. And it's almost like you have to come to Hanover to meet other Canadian colleagues.
Yes, it's amazing. And but I heard yesterday that Canadian companies already they did business on site. And then let me explain this to our friends who are not so experienced with the Hannover Messe or European style shows. It's not a marketing show only. It's not a conference only. Here we are doing business on site. We are signing contracts. We are negotiating prices. Creating partnerships, and it was amazing to learn from Canadian exhibitors that they already did it here on site.
Well, absolutely, and this is, I think, in my mind, there are two differentiators around Hanover. One is Hanover versus a lot of the manufacturing shows in North America. In North America, it's more to showcase technology. You got a lot of people taking a look at technology, but you don't have the business is not done at the show.
Yeah.
The other differentiator, I think, and this also applies for shows here in Germany, but also around the world, shows that are specifically around a technology, like additive manufacturing. So you have some of the greatest trade shows for 3D printing here in Germany. And you can go to that show, and you can find materials and equipment and visualization systems and IoT and everything you want to find around additive manufacturing.
Yeah.
Except you don't find customers and you don't find investors, and so it's the sector that is putting on the show. Here, you've got investors, you've got customers, you've got suppliers, you've got a variety of technologies, and it's all coming together.
Yeah, we have an exhibition area and conference area for trade and investment. Yeah, where investors coming in and visiting exhibitors and discussing investment opportunities. It's a great chance for the provinces to be here to present investment opportunities all over Canada. That's one thing. But you asked me my expectations for next year. Let me add two things, which is really what I have learned during my travels in Canada. It's amazing. The first thing is we have a conference program here. It's called FemWorks, focused on diversification, focused on women in technologies. And I never met a conference and exhibition which is has a high profile to bring women in technologies, conference program. And I heard a rumor that Canada is planning to do a lot of things next year in that conference. So congratulations, I'm really looking forward to this. The second thing is, what I've learned when we did the first roadshow in Canada, the importance to having a successful project together with indigenous people. My respect from the German side. I have to say this is great. I met some people, I heard about the success stories. You will be the first partner country in our history to showing up with those projects and business people.
Well, and both in terms of being able to bring a really really high-powered delegation of business leaders who are women in advanced manufacturing from small companies, but as well as some of our largest companies here. In fact, I'm fingers crossed, I'm hoping my chair will be able to come, and she's a real dynamo in terms of and a real business leader on the automotive side, but also right across on the champion of advanced manufacturing. So I think we'll be able to do that next year. But as you say too, we've got some of the most innovative companies using tech and working with young people, but also selling to some of the, some very, very sophisticated customers, in particular, in the defense sector, in the aerospace sector, and automotive, that are indigenous companies and indigenous owned, with a large proportion of the workforce indigenous workers.
Yeah, I think this is really key to create a sustainable future, that all the people from different cultures, from different backgrounds, get the opportunity to work together, to joining forces, and that's hopefully in Canada it works already very well. Not in every country in this world. So you're giving an example to other countries, and to do it better.
I'll give you two examples, and one is you can see a lot of the exhibitors around here, and especially when it comes to something like AI. When you have a diverse team working there, it just heightens the quality of any system that you're working with. But the other, as you know, I live in just south of Guelph, Ontario. So Guelph, very diverse population, and is always chosen by some of the biggest companies in the world to do their product launches there, because they can easily see how people will respond to the product. So plus a cold climate, so we're the only country in the world that will do the cold testing for electric vehicles, for instance.
It's unbelievable.
So we got some of the biggest EV companies doing that, as well as, of course, the whole battery value chain.
Yeah, and you mentioned this innovations in Ontario, and the companies coming and building up factories there, and I mentioned the trade area. So I think the strong message for the European companies is to come to Canada and to see and to learn about the opportunities for the entire Northern American market. Yeah. So you're a hidden champion, and really not everyone in Europe is aware about the opportunities. And if they invest in Canada and start a production in Canada, they are automatically part of the whole Northern American market.
Well, and you can do that a lot easier now with CETA. And of course, Canada has our free trade agreement with the United States, with Mexico, but then also with Asia Pacific through our Pacific Partnership agreements as well. So it really is Canada. You think of Canada as a global hub to do business with an amazing ecosystem, innovation ecosystem, particularly around advanced manufacturing, with the resources, with the critical minerals as well. But I can tell you one thing, it's a lot easier to do business in Canada than it is in the United States.
I learned about this. So, the United States was also a partner country, and we had our challenges. TTIP is not finished yet.
Yeah.
We're still waiting for something. CETA, we are happy to having this. And, it's interesting, but I tell the people here, I'm sitting in some foreign trade councils here, talking to business leaders, and I said, hey, if you're focusing on Asia-Pacific market, if you sit in Germany, you always follow the way to the east, via Asia, and then struggling sometimes to make it happen. Go to Vancouver, go to British Columbia, and there is a door is open with your partnerships to do business in Asia Pacific, much more easier.
Yeah. No, and there are a lot of Canadian companies on the West Coast doing exactly that.
Yes.
And some people, I think maybe smaller companies in particular, think that they need to export directly to the market they're interested in, rather than finding a partner who can help them integrate their technology, or can help them actually enter that market.
Yes.
We've got some MyHDT, for example, here, and many others. We take a look around this fair and look at the Siemens stand, biggest one in Hannover, and you'll see Canadian software being used by Siemens technology, and it's Siemens taking the company around the world, and which is amazing here. But it's that as we were saying before, that international and technological integration to develop a solution that everybody can use.
Yeah, exactly. Just to mention another sector is the SMEs. So the partner country project is a great opportunity to SMEs to discover new markets, because they don't have to go individually. They can just join NGen. They can join your teams. They can join the team of ICIT, of the Canadian government. They can, maybe they're a first timer. Yeah, they go together. They know they're not alone. Yeah, they're going together with you to discover the European market next year, being part of the partner countries, and then what you mentioned with Siemens, to become part of the supply chain of Siemens, of Volkswagen, of Bosch, of other companies, and then discovering new markets maybe in Asia. So, as I said, bridge building. Yeah.
That's exactly right, and that's is going to be a huge theme, I think, for us next year. You know, we can talk about technologies, but I think the other thing we've seen in the fair over several years is a real transition from technology to solutions, and now taking on some of these big global challenges that we're seeing. I think one thing we really want to emphasize next year for Canada, you know, think about sustainability.
Yeah.
Think about advanced manufacturing and digital technology.
Yeah.
Reliability and security.
Yeah.
Those are the four key themes that, regardless of what your technology is, those are the four key messages that we want to get across in terms of Canadian capability.
That's a good message, a good news for us here in Europe and in Germany, because you know, since 2 years and even longer, we have learned we have to diversify to become more independent from some other parts of the world who are not sharing our values. Canada and Germany, we have the same values. So working together to become more independent regarding supply chains is key for our future. We need to do this.
Absolutely. So, Marco, you've got a fabulous team working here.
Thank you so much.
And, you know,
I will tell them.
Yeah, well, Karina, Katja, and just been fantastic to work with. One question before we go. You've seen our video.
Yes.
You've seen some of the advertising around the fair.
Yeah.
We wanted to be a little different from other countries. What do you think?
It's not only what I think, it's really what I heard from so many people, that Canada is everywhere. And I think from my perspective, you know, Germans are sometimes, people saying we are a little bit boring. Yeah, you're creating so much fun. Business have to make fun. Yeah, it's a lot of humor, a lot of some provocations in your messages, but this is waking up people up. Yeah, and to listen and to see, and this is very nice to be innovative, to looking forward to new solutions and showing up with new ideas. What I saw in the film, and yes, giving a lot of. Can I say humor and fun and so on. As I said, it's all about people, and you really attract here the visitors and the exhibitors.
You know, and that's what we're trying to do, with a little bit of a sense of humor and, you know, tongue in cheek. And for everybody who's watching this who has been unable to come to Hanover this year, one of the best signs, I think, there are two that really stand out. One is on our video screens where we're saying we're making a mess.
But it's not a mess.
Yeah, it's not a mess.
It's a fair.
It's a mess.
Yeah, it's a mess.
And the other, we've got a mosquito in the cottage here.
Yeah.
The other one that I like is Canada leader in EVs, AI, quantum, and modesty.
I love it. I really love it.
So, Marco, thanks so much. We'll see you in Canada before too long and our road shows.
I'm really looking forward to that.
But look forward to working with you over the year, making
thank you so much,
2025 a success.
And again, let me also underscore, thank you so much to your team, to you, to Frank, and to all of the team. And don't mention all the names from ICIT, because it will take another hour, I guess. So thank you so much for your trust. I'm really looking forward to working with you. Thank you so much.
you.
Everyone thinks they know Canada. Our national food comes out of a tree. This is sports, that's a road, and this is how we welcome newcomers. So, you think Canada can change the world? We will. Because energy, human and otherwise, energy that is sustainable, portable, shareable, capable, and other able words that no one's learned yet. Hear us out. It starts with 15.2 million tons of rare earth metals, plus the recycled ones that feed right into the world's #1 ranked lithium battery value chain. Batteries that will feature prominently in EVs that will be created by researchers and AI specialists ranked #3 in the world. EVs that will be built in factories using our automation and robotics, running on quantum and leaning on additive to reduce our dependence on metal things, make 12,000 kilometers and a very smelly boat ride away. All powered by the most abundant thing in the universe.
Hey guys!
No, hydrogen. Made in Canada at the world's largest green hydrogen production site, which is itself powered by our 41 million people qui parlent français et anglais et tous les autres. Which also makes us the most diverse workforce on planet Earth, with skilled geniuses who also kiss fish on purpose and proudly invented the denim tuxedo. We also invented insulin, un gros bras dans l'espace, le premier téléphone, and the one that fits in your pocket and occupies more of your life than your children, on which you scroll an average of 13.2 meters a day. If you're just tuning in now, H2, LI, EVs, AI, 3D, DEI, PNG are why we should be friends, eh? But also because of the super secret tech we're working on, like and that's gonna put on the moon. We might even show you next year when we partner to host this thing. Not that one, this one.
Hi everyone, I'm François-Philippe Champagne, Canada's Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry. In 2025, Canada will be in the spotlight as partnered country at the Hannover Messe, the largest showcase of industrial technology in the world. Hannover Messe, c'est plus d'1/4 de million de visiteurs du monde entier qui viennent chaque année découvrir ce qu'il y a de nouveau dans les domaines de l'automatisation, de la fabrication, des applications d'énergie alternative, de la mobilité électrique et des solutions numériques, y compris, bien évidemment, l'intelligence artificielle. As host, we will be proud to show the world the leading research, technology, and manufacturing capabilities that Canada has to offer. Together with our highly skilled workforce, rich natural resources, and clean energy, Canada is quickly becoming the green supplier of choice to the world. Que vous soyez à la recherche de partenaires en innovation, de clients, de fournisseurs ou de travailleurs hautement qualifiés, Hannover Messe est l'endroit où faire des affaires. Our Team Canada partners at ICED, Global Affairs, NGen, and the German-Canadian Chamber of Commerce will be there to assist you. So join me at Hannover Messe this year and next as Canada takes center stage in the exciting world of advanced manufacturing. I look forward to see you there.